Welcome to the first day of September. My goodness, time is flying. So welcome to our council meeting. We hope people are able to join us on the computer. In a moment, our very perceptive assistant city manager will explain how to access this if you're not here yet. And so we'll call the meeting to order. And we wish we could be with you in person, and we have our fingers crossed that will happen soon. I know we're all missing that interaction very much. Nat, would you explain, please, the protocols according to the executive order from the governor and how to conduct meetings these days, please?
Yes, happy to, Mr. Mayor. We encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a short delay of approximately 10 seconds. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey, or on the YouTube app or the Google Play or Apple App Store. To make a public comment when viewers are watching live on YouTube or on channel 25, you'll see the chyron, also known as the lower third caption, on the bottom of your screen. At that time, please call into the conference line. Our phone number is area code 831-582-6500. Again, the phone number is 831-582-6500. That will get you into the system with no meeting access code required. We do ask that you please still dial *5 to raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. That way we know whether you're just listening in or you're intending to speak on that item. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. We do ask that callers please turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room while connected by phone, as any background noise will cause interference with this broadcast. I will be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised. I may either call out their last 4 digits of their phone number or by their name based on caller ID. That will be our process for today's meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nat. I think it works fairly well, but it's not perfect. We know that. The best we can do under these circumstances. I'd like to ask our very proficient city clerk to introduce the city council, please. Clementine.
Yes, Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
And I am here as well. And it's our pleasure to be of service to the city of Monterey with all of you. Public comments. These are items that are not on the agenda. If you wanted to speak to any agenda items this afternoon or this evening, we'll invite you to do that when that item comes up. And any public comments you want to share with us should be within the jurisdiction of the city of Monterey, so we can help you. Nat, do we have any general public comments at this point?
Yes, let's take a look and see. We have one person who's called in, but they haven't raised their hand. So again, we're just reminding the public, if you do intend to speak, please be sure to dial *5 so we can call on you. Otherwise, there are some members of the public who don't have access to television or the internet, and they utilize our call-in number to follow our council meeting. So we don't have anyone, and we'll just wait another. We have one more person who just called in. I don't think anyone here is ready to speak on any items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you for that, Nat. Then why don't we go right into the consent items? As you know, we didn't meet for a while, so we have a rather large consent agenda item. Any public who wanted to pull anything that you know of staff, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item number 14 was requested to be pulled.
Okay, we will do that. From the public?
Yes, and then I think as city staff, we are suggesting to
pull item number 10, I believe, as well.
To pull item number 10. Yes, thank you, Nat.
Okay. Any council members want to pull anything?
Yes, Mayor, I don't want to pull an item, but I have a question and a comment on consent 12.
Okay. Why don't we let Councilmember Dan go right ahead? We'd appreciate that. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I just want to comment first that I'm glad we're continuing the paramedic services, and I believe that our residents would like to see it, and I'm glad we're hopefully approving a phased-in approach, because I think that's fiscally responsible. But my question is, it is adding to the general fund, and if we're adding to the general fund, what are we giving up to pay for these services?
Yeah, I can take that question, or do you want to take it, Chief Panholzer?
I'll let you take it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Albert, for that question. As always, you're going directly to the center of the question with respect to finances. And the program was a program that we started as a pilot, and as part of our newly drafted and signed memorandum of understanding between the city and the firefighter union, we also agreed on a pay increase for those employees, for those firefighters that are qualified as paramedics. The current funding for the current fiscal year comes out of our existing savings that we have within the department with respect to the utilization of overtime. We have very significant cost reductions in overtime right now, and we actually started having those overtime reductions also during the past 3 months of fiscal year 19-20. And for the current fiscal year, we feel that the funding is in place to finance the paramedics operating out of Fire Station 11. That's the fire station across from the library and next to the police station. In the outgoing years, of course, we have to look very carefully at our fiscal realities, and as such, we will be continuing to roll out the program as our finances are allowing that. Last but not least, also our agreements that we made with the firefighters help us also to create some sustainable financing, because the agreements with our firefighter association allow us also to continue having cost reductions in overtime, and that will help offset those costs going also into the next fiscal years. But as stated, we have to watch every dollar right now, and for the current remaining of this fiscal year 2021, we don't see any issues with the group that we are having under contract in Fire Station 11, but the rollout, of course, we have to carefully monitor.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Good. Councilmember Tyler, did you have a question about that one as well?
Yeah, no, I just kind of wanted to, I kind of get a sense of how Dan feels about it a little bit by how he described his question. And I think it's an important topic. And I'm going to be in support of it because I think it's a good thing for the community, and there's a positive benefit for it. The thing I would say is that we have to be open to being flexible. And I think this is kind of the problem that we get into when we give these benefits to our personnel. It's great. I think it's a good thing. We need to take care of our people, but we also need to make sure that we can provide programs that are going to be benefiting the community. So we have to, as a council, have to be flexible in using these things as options that we have. So I'm comfortable with it for this budget, but I think let's just kind of be open to the possibilities of what could be, because if there's a service that we could provide in a better way with different means that we can use, that might be a possibility for the future. So just keeping an open mind is, I think, the point that I'm trying to say, but I'm in support of it now because I think it's a good thing for us.
Thank you. Councilmember Ed, did you want to comment on this?
Actually, I wasn't sure if we were done with this topic. It's item number 13, related to fire services at the Presidio. So when we're done with this item, I'll just have a comment on item 13.
All right, then let's go ahead to item 13. If you want to ask your brief question or make a comment, please.
Yeah, just a comment.
Ed.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure the comment is regarding, because it's on the consent, and I kind of have this number in my head that when we have something on consent that's a large amount of money or a big project and significant, I want the community to know. But we are approving tonight on item 13, the authorization for appropriation of funds for the Presidio Monterey Public Works Fund in the amount of $1.255 million for the Army Firehouse much needed remodeling project and roof replacement. And it all comes under the intergovernmental support agreement through the Department of Defense and is not any of the general fund funds. So because we're on the fire, the previous conversation was having to do with the fire, significant amount of money, it's progress, it's much needed repairs to the federal fire station that's important in our community. So I just wanted to highlight that amount of money is not coming from the general fund, but from the Department of Defense.
A very good point. Thank you. So if there are no other comments on the consent, I would entertain a motion to approve it minus item 10 and 14.
Move to
I'll second
approve.
that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And any further discussion and public comment? I don't think we have any on that.
We do have one raised hand, so maybe we should just really quickly see if they want to pull an item that hasn't already been mentioned.
Yeah, they might be wanting to talk about 10 or 14, so we'll see.
Okay, let me take it real quick. Let's see.
Okay, let's make sure. We want to make
Okay.
sure we can.
Hi there. You're live with which item are you looking to pull?
No, I'm wanting to comment on item number 14.
Okay, great. We'll put you on hold and we'll get to 14 in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Clementine.
Yes, Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson, I
Yes.
didn't hear it. Oh, okay. Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yeah, so yes for me too. So let's go back to item number 10. And there was a staff request, so I'll turn it back over to our praiseworthy city manager, Hans Uslar.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will ask our HR director, Allison, to just ask to explain briefly why we're suggesting to continue that item today.
Oh, okay.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This item prohibits right now our city code prohibits employees from obtaining promotional appointment during their probationary period, and this would suspend that during the pandemic. And so Jem has reached out to us and requested that we meet and confer on it before it comes before you. So we have asked that we pull this item so that we can allow the time for that process. And we are meeting with Jem on this item on Thursday, and we hope to bring it back to you soon.
All right, if there are no questions, I'll move to table it, I think would be the correct motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? I don't think we have any public comment except for 14, Nat, nothing new? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, that's for me too. So item 14 was requested to be pulled, I believe, by a member of the public. So I think we're going to turn it back to praiseworthy Hans, and we'll have a presentation, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we as staff, 40 minutes ago, we received an email that was indicating an issue that the email writer had with the company that was selected. And we have prepared a brief presentation, but it makes sense for us to also continue this item the next meeting.
Sure.
But of course, I think it would be interesting for all of us to listen to the comment that the person has for us, so who is right now waiting to be called up to speak. So our staff recommendation is we would like to continue that as well. Table it.
Yes, and in order to have some time to respond to the public comment. So why don't we go ahead and take the public comment? And with the understanding that we thank you very much for it, and the recommendation is to continue it. So Now, please open the floor, please.
Okay.
To our caller.
Yep, let's unmute our caller. If you could please state your name and your comment.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty, and I'd like to incorporate by reference comments that were sent to you today by the president of the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association. City staff advises hiring Tetra Tech consultant to prepare a comprehensive land use plan. And it's very concerning that Hunters Point doesn't seem to have been, the information about Hunters Point doesn't seem to have come up in those discussions. Tetra Tech is in multiple lawsuits that allege falsified information about soil sampling in the Hunters Point Superfund site. And this is all over the internet. It's been going on for several years. My biggest concern, however, is that the comprehensive land use plan was mischaracterized in the agenda on September 17th, 2019, when the city council was asked to approve funds for it, and the public was not informed about the scope of this project. When staff posted it on the consent agenda, it merely said to appropriate funds for the Office of Economic Adjustment Compatible Land Use Grant Program to prepare a compatible land use plan. There was no mention of the military. There was no mention of the funding source or the objective to evaluate compatibility, quote, encroachment, quote, interference between military installations and local communities. Only in the staff report and resolution was there a little more information. The council didn't pull it or discuss it. It was approved with the rest of the consent agenda. And then this year, the RFP went out for consultants to project manage this project. Again, tonight's agenda mischaracterizes and misinforms about the project again. It only says development of a compatible use plan for military installations, but the RFP is very clear that it's about examining compatibility and interference of military installations and missions with local cities and counties. I didn't see any legal notice in the Monterey Herald about the RFP. The only public posting was on the Monterey's website, which most people don't look at. This misinformation, the lack of transparency, and the lack of public notices might be a Brown Act violation, and it has the appearance of the city hiding the project. The scope of and the intent of the project would be very, very important to the public if the public knew about it. I'm also very concerned that 5G is at the top of considerations listed in the RFP. I'm glad you're considering continuing this item. It needs an open discussion with the community, with a full disclosure about this project and the city's goals, and also a reconsideration of advising this particular firm based on the information in the news media. Thank you.
Okay, I believe just checking our conferencing system, and there are no other public comments on item number 14.
All right, good. Thank you. So I think the appropriate motion would be to continue that. And I'll also move. We have a second.
Second.
Are we going to table this or continue it to a time specific? Should we table it?
I think we continue to the next meeting, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so the motion includes continuing it to our next meeting. And we've had a second. Any discussion? All right, then roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
That's a yes for me. And I would like to mark this moment as a Monterey City world record for the completion of the consent agenda. So, Jim Thompson, if you're out there watching, I salute you. So I think we're ready, unless I missed something, which isn't unlikely. We're ready to adjourn to a closed session. So we will do that. And I think we need to switch to a different Google Meet site as well. All right, folks, we'll see the public at a little later at 7, and we'll make announcements from closed session at that time. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you very shortly on a different Google Meet.
Should we take some public comments on closed session?
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Were there any public comments on closed session? Thank you, Clement.
Yeah, thank you. I don't believe so. We haven't announced it yet, so just reminding folks and maybe ask Heidi to put the Chiron up. If you do have a public comment on the closed session, please dial 831-582-6500 and do that in the next few seconds before we close the meeting.
Okay, certainly can wait.
Okay, I see no callers, so we should be good.
All right, well, then we'll adjourn our afternoon session to our closed session. We'll see you very shortly. Thanks, everybody. We want to welcome everyone back to our evening session. And first thing we'd like to do is we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. So we're going to have our perceptive Assistant City Manager put up a flag for us. And in a moment, we'll do our pledge as soon as we see the flag. All right, well, if everyone will please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to ask Nat once again to explain the format of our meeting according to the governor's executive order and how people can participate, please.
Happy to do so, Mayor Roberson. Just a reminder to those who aren't familiar with our council process and public comment, we encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a short delay of approximately 10 seconds. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app. To make a public comment when viewers are watching live on YouTube, we also broadcast live on channel 25. You'll see the lower third caption on the bottom of your screen. And at that time, please call into the conference line. We have a new phone number as of a few weeks ago. You can dial area code 831-582-6500. Again, the phone number is 831-582-6500. That will get you into the system with no meeting access code needed. We do ask that you still please dial *5 to virtually raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. That way we know whether you're just listening by phone or if you'd like to speak on a particular item. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. Please turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room when you're connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I'll be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised and call out the last 4 digits of each caller's phone number before I unmute them. I may also be calling on individuals by their name based on caller ID. That'll be the process that will take public comment this evening. Thank you.
Good, thank you so much. We'll go ahead then to continued public comments. This would be anyone who wants to speak on something that's not on the agenda. Just wait, please. If you have an agenda item to discuss and share with us. And as always, these public comments should fall within the realm of the City of Monterey, our municipal code, and our jurisdiction. We're always very happy to hear from you, and our staff will get back to you. If you'll leave a contact, they're extraordinarily responsive. But by state law, as a council, we really can't deliberate on these items this evening because they're not agendized for the public. So with that, I'll once again ask our Assistant City Manager, Matt, to let us know if anyone's ready to share with us this evening.
We sure do. And our first caller will be someone with the last 4 digits, 5579. Again, 5579. And we'll put a timer up as well with the 3-minute timer. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, so first of all, thank you for letting me call in. My name is Robbie Fabry. I'm the gentleman who made the video about the trash problem that is happening in Monterey Bay. I'm a teacher over at the International School of Monterey. I'm also a surf instructor for the Wahine Project, who are stewards of the ocean here. So I know I only have 3 minutes, but I'm calling to bring awareness to the trash problem that has been an ongoing problem here in Monterey over the last 5 years. I've seen it grow and grow. And the reason I made the video wasn't to try to frustrate or anger people, but it was to bring awareness to an ongoing problem that is not being solved here in Monterey. And I think a lot of us locals are kind of getting really fed up with nothing being done. I talked to city workers down at the beach because I live in the Del Monte neighborhood, and they feel that they don't have enough resources to control this trash problem. One gentleman told me he's asked for more trash cans and was denied that. Another gentleman said he asked for more help. We also talked about, a solution that might help this trash problem, being that the trash cans are emptied twice a day on the weekends only, which would possibly help. I've also been in contact with the lifeguards because I know quite a lot of them, and they've stated to me over and over that over the last 5 years, this is definitely not a COVID issue, that the trash problem in Monterey has just gotten completely out of hand. I can tell you personally that morning that I made the video, I filled 3 entire trash bags. My family went out and filled another 3. Another family from my school that saw my video came out, filled 5. So there's definitely an ongoing trash problem here in Monterey, and I think as residents, we're scared that it's just going to get worse. The last 5 times I've taken my little run to the wharf wall and back, I've filled up 4 doggy trash bags full of trash every single time I've been on the beach. So my call is that I feel like the council, the mayor, everybody kind of needs to step up and do their job, because my understanding is you guys are elected officials to make this place stay beautiful. Because I love Monterey. If you know me, all I like to do is show the beauty, but I just couldn't stand it anymore. The reason for the video, like I said in the beginning, was for awareness. So in the 57 seconds I have left, my quick answer is you guys definitely need more trash cans. I know in the last meeting you said there were going to be more patrols, but I can tell you that the patrol honestly happens like this. The cop pulls around our neighborhood, keeps driving, and leaves. The 2 cops that were on 4-wheelers yesterday drove by everybody and waved, and there was families with litter and trash everywhere, and they did nothing. So in the last 30 seconds I have, I'm just calling to bring this trash problem, this awareness to you guys. It is definitely a problem, and I challenge you to go down and walk the beach on a Sunday morning or a Monday morning and see what I'm talking about, because something has to be done. Otherwise, our beautiful Monterey Bay is going to be lost to trash, and the animals are dying that are eating the trash. So please step up and help us, because there's a crisis going on, and it's a big crisis in Monterey.
Thank you. Thanks so much for calling in. And just a reminder, because we do have a 10-second delay on YouTube Live, if you are calling in and you're watching the clock on YouTube, you've got to subtract 10 seconds from there, because 30 seconds left actually means you've got 20. So next caller is going to be Zoe Carter. Hi, Zoe. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Hi, I'm just calling it as a follow-on to Robbie's call. I walk that beach all the time, and there's trash everywhere. I would also agree that if we could add additional trash cans at the location where people go down to the beach, they would be encouraged to maybe bring their trash back up. Is it possible that maybe we could try to do some community beach cleanup? Add a couple more signs where it says, please take your trash with you. I believe
There's 2, Arlene.
it has minuscule writing that says do not trash. Maybe have a sign making contest and make it fun signs on the beach. I mean, we could get so creative with this and nothing's happening. We need to take care of our beaches. We need to be aware. We need to be doing this creatively. And I'm just so disappointed that nothing has been done when we know this has been an ongoing problem. We have our tourists here. It's an important part of our city. And I want to see our beaches clean. I pick up trash on the beach all the time when I walk on it. And I would love to see some of our council members out there doing the same. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Our next caller is going to be Kayla Fossum. Hi, Kayla.
Hi, this is Kayla Fossum. I'm calling not only as the president of Villa Del Monte Neighborhood Association, but also as just an individual resident of the city. I first want to thank the mayor and all of the city councilmen for all of your hard work during, I mean, you always have worked hard, and during COVID, it's been incredible. And I also want to thank the city staff. I know it's been a really tough time. I think you guys are doing a great job. And my main reason for calling is just to support what I've heard since March, since the COVID hit. Many of you have said your priority, your number one priority, is the safety of the residents and preserving the beauty of our city. And I just want to endorse that because number one, the safety of our residents means, you know, dealing with COVID, closing beaches when appropriate, like you have done for Labor Day, which I really want to applaud you for that. It also means supporting our businesses in any way we can during these challenging times, which I know you're doing. I want to reiterate what the first two callers have said about the trash on Del Monte Beach. I live a couple blocks from there. I go down there all the time. There's also a lot of glass buried in the sand there on Del Monte Beach. And I know we don't have the funds, but if there's any way, like there's any kind of sweeping thing, like a tractor that could go through there to pick up buried glass. My granddaughter almost seriously severed her arteries one day down there on a broken wine bottle. And so it is a serious problem. And lastly, I just want to reiterate that we need to support our residents. We are the backbone of this community. And I think in the next 6 months, because of COVID and all the challenges it's presenting, not only economically to the residents, but we're going to see a big uptick in homelessness. And I think there really needs to be a focus on that and some planning for it. I know you guys have dealt with the homelessness situation for a long time, but please be aware it's going to increase. And again, thank you for all your hard work. Good night.
Thank you, Kayla. And just a reminder to folks who are on the call, if you do intend to speak, please dial *5 and we'll take a look and see. I do not believe we have any other callers. So on this item, we have some people on the call, but no hands raised. So we'll end public comment for items not on tonight's agenda.
Okay.
Gracie.
We have one more public comment. Her name is Gracie. I don't know whose dog that is. I think it's my wife's dog. I really appreciate the public comment that we just received. Interestingly enough, I just attended with the city manager Neighborhood Presidents Association meeting where we discussed what some of the issues were. People were very positive, but what came up quite a few times was the trash situation. So we appreciate that. And I want to assure the callers that our staff takes notes. We'll be discussing this, and I can tell you right now, you'll probably see all 5 council members on that beach several times coming up in the next few days. And it's absolutely a problem that we will deal with. So thank you so much for bringing that to us, and want to let you know that we're getting as much as we can getting on top of that. So thank you again. We certainly don't want our beautiful city full of litter. Announcements from closed session. We had one closed session item this afternoon. I imagine our proficient city clerk, Clementine's probably going to share that with us, please.
Yes, the title was A Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code section 54956.9, one case. And the result was on a unanimous roll call vote, the City Council authorized the initiation of litigation. The action, the respondents, and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry.
Good, thank you. Well, I'm glad to see Paul's back. He's next. Wait a minute, come back. Our next on our agenda is presentations from Monterey One Water on the 1-year Proposition 218 rate increase. And so what I'll do is I'll ask our city manager, then I'm going to ask Councilmember Tyler, who is our Monterey One Water representative to make an introductory remark or two. Then we'll hear from Paul. And Paul, congratulations, Tyler, your whole board, and finally getting the first 1,000 acre-feet into the Seaside Aquifer. We're looking forward to the 3,500, and we'll see what happens after that. So Hans, anything that you wanted to add to introduce our good friend Paul?
It's like a big lineup for the keynote speaker of the evening. With no further ado, let me hand it over to Paul Shudo, please.
Well, Tyler, anything as our representative for Monterey One Water?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Paul is an outstanding public official. He serves Monterey One Water in our region very well by handling many fires. And if you think about it, some of the most expensive assets that are owned by public agencies in the region. So he has a heavy responsibilities within his job, and he just is impressive to me pretty much every single meeting. So I can talk about him all night, but I don't want to add much more here. So Paul, thank you for being here, and take it away.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I hope everyone can hear me okay. As Mayor Roberson mentioned, this is going to be discussing our Proposition 218 notice that went out about a month and a half ago, and a proposed rate increase, and frankly, the reasons why, and so on. For others' information, my name is Paul Shudo. I'm the general manager of Monterey One Water. I appreciate Tyler sort of teeing it up for me on the amount of assets we have, because that, frankly, is what drives our budget. The investment in those capital assets that all of us own, to the tune of, it's about $750 million worth of assets, treatment plant, pump stations, interceptors, basically pipelines conveying the wastewater, and so on. With that, I'm going to attempt to bring up PowerPoint up, if that's okay. Let's see. Everyone see this?
Yes, you did it.
Whew.
I know. It's always an adventure, isn't it?
It is, particularly with these different platforms.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the patience there.
Yep. And if Paul, you could click the hide button, that would help as well with the presentation. Perfect.
Better?
Much better. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the guidance there. So staff went to our board back in the February-March timeframe. And as I mentioned earlier, the need for capital investment in our infrastructure, and frankly, to increase our reserve balance was part of that presentation. And we were forecasting out a 5-year process to increase our rates, to achieve those objectives and maintain a level of service that frankly everyone expects and deserves. As you well know, the pandemic changed everyone's environment, and our board made the prudent decision to put any large rate increase on hold, and let's see how things were playing out. We know the financial and economic impacts to our customers, the community, and the county as a whole. But what you may not think of is the wastewater recycled water provider who gets all of 95% of our revenue from rates. We were impacted substantially as we started seeing delinquency rates increase. Delinquencies are normally in past years between 2 to 4%. We define delinquent as 60 days or more past due. Come April-May timeframe, they shot up to 15%, which was troublesome. So we took another look at the budget, and we are currently in some troubling financial state because of our relatively low reserve level and the need to, frankly, maintain and operate all this infrastructure. So what we did as staff, and we'll get into it in the more exciting next slide. It's not that much more exciting, sorry. We started taking a look at our budget and trying to reduce it as much as we can. So what you see before you here is the projected revenue reductions based on what we're seeing this year with COVID and other things. And we tried to reduce our budget by that $5 to $6 million. Our budget's about $35 million, so it frankly is relatively tough to reduce it that substantially. As I mentioned, the first line there, you'll see delinquencies increased, which was a revenue reduction of somewhere between $3.3 to $4.5 million. As you may have seen in your city, development connection or our capacity fees dramatically decreased. For us, it was actually decreasing 90% for those first 4 months. And then other user fees like brine discharge, waste hauling, et cetera, also decreased. So our projection was like $5 to $6 million of revenue hit. So staff went in there and proactively, frankly, cut our O&M budget substantially. And I'll get into more of the details later, but all those cuts resulted in a base budget of 29. You remember saying our budget's around 35. We were able to find a significant amount of savings. However, with our projected revenues from the previous slide, we still had a negative budget. We could take some of the money from reserves to balance that budget. However, our reserves are low to begin with, and our debt coverage ratio was dangerously close to going below the 125% required per those agreements. So there was a number of forces that made us look at different ways to try to balance that budget. So this is just a synopsis of what we did prior to coming to our board, which was reducing operating expenses. We did a hiring freeze on anyone who resigned or retired. We deferred some of our capital investment in that infrastructure, some of the lower risk capital improvement projects, and the board offered to decrease their stipend by 50%. So with that, we still needed to find additional savings or generate more revenue. The board at a budget workshop on June 8th voted to increase our, I'll do it in terms of residential rates, since that is most of our customers and affects most of your city, to increase our residential rates $3.50 per month. Currently, our residential rates are $21.05 per month, so it would go up to $24.55 per month. That increase across the board for all customer classes generated an estimated $2.5 million, which still didn't balance our budget. So what we ended up doing is furloughing all employees between 8 to 13 days per year from myself throughout the entire organization. The difference in the days furlough is some of the employee groups agreed to defer COLAs, which were in their contracts, and therefore had less furlough days. Some groups maintained their COLAs, so therefore they had additional COLA days, just so it was equitable across all employees. With those two items, the revenue increase and the furloughs, we're able to meet our projected budget for 2020-21. Just as an example, here's our reserves over the past 10 years. Now, you can see they have been increasing, which is wonderful. However, when compared to other wastewater recycled water providers throughout California, we are substantially below most entities. And the reason being is an infrastructure intensive organization needs to invest. Our past boards didn't make a mistake, they just had a different philosophy of pay as you go. They didn't want to have the customer's money sitting in the bank when it could be in the customer's pocket. And so therefore the agency was run with, frankly, low dollars in the bank. Well, it's times like this, a pandemic, or frankly, if a natural disaster will occur, we need to rely on those reserves to maintain a level of service. So what you see before you is we've slowly been increasing it over the last 4 or 5 years. and there's a substantial hit this year, primarily because our revenue decreases. So the combination of the rate increase and the furloughs have allowed us to maintain some level of reserve and also not lay off or terminate any existing employees. That is based on our budget projections, and we are going to be reviewing those obviously on a monthly basis throughout this fiscal year. I apologize for giving this presentation to you on September 1st. We tried earlier, but there was some technical difficulties, if I'm not mistaken. Our board actually voted last night to approve this increase, but we still wanted to come before the council and city of Monterey to explain the reasonings and need for this increase. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have Council Member Tyler Williamson? Did you have a question or comment?
I just wanted to add on to what Paul said, particularly so at the beginning of his presentation, where earlier this year, the staff came to the board to do rate increases over the next, I believe it was 4 or 5 years, and looking at somewhere between, and tell me if I'm wrong, Paul, I think somewhere between $20 and $30 increase. And so at the time we were all for it, but then we pulled back at the beginning of the pandemic because we didn't want to increase rates at a time when people were struggling financially. And so I think that people are still struggling financially, but we can't kick the can down the road in regard to the very expensive infrastructure that we manage at Monterey One Water. So it was incumbent upon us to do that, not only for us to maintain current operations, but for some level of repairing. There's some big projects that are coming up that we need to focus on. So the board pretty much agreed unanimously. There was some dissent from Salinas, and depending upon the city, they have an additional fee, and so I think that they were just a little bit worried with that. But with the exception of Salinas, everybody was in agreement with the need for us to move forward here, and that's the decision that we made last night.
Oh, good. Thank you for the clarification. And Paul, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just one quick note, because I hope it never gets confused, but what we're talking about here is the Monterey One Water Wastewater Recycled Water Fund and Services. It has nothing to do with the Pure Water Monterey project. Those are separate enterprise funds, and the revenues and expenses for both those stay separate. So we're not subsidizing one or the other. It is, I'll make that clear for everyone.
Good, we appreciate that. I thought your presentation was very clear. If you compare our wastewater recycling bill to our PG&E or our water bill, strikes me as a pretty good bargain.
Thank you, Mayor. I so as well. And actually, if you look at average wastewater rates between here through the San Francisco Bay Area, we are definitely in the lower quartile, even after this increase.
Yes. I think it's just another way we take care of our planet, frankly.
Absolutely.
Other council questions or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Council Member Ed Smith.
Yes, thank you, Paul, for coming out and giving us the lay of the land. You had indicated that you forecast 5 years out, but you also indicated about a $750 million assets. So knowing that machinery is expensive, things break, especially in the industry that you're in, is 5 years enough for a forecast? And what is your target for your reserve? If it was ideal, if you gave it to the board and the board said yes, what's the ideal figure for a reserve that you would be looking for?
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. And I think you probably know that I'm a recovering engineer, so I love the question about projection of assets and such. The 5 years I mentioned earlier was purely for a rate increase we took to the board under Proposition 218. You're absolutely right. You need to project much further for infrastructure like we have. And what we have is actually a 20-year capital improvement plan. We look at our infrastructure over a 20-year period and frankly sort of know what we're going to do for the next 20 years. Just for everyone's information, that 20-year capital improvement plan has about $200 million of investment, so about $10 million bucks a year. Our financial plan we do is actually a 10-year plan, because once again, we need to look, in my opinion, the long term, so there are less than valleys. So the 5-year was specific to the Prop 218. Hope that answers the first part of the question.
Yes.
Okay, and the second part related to, remind me again, please.
The reserve, your dream level amount of reserve.
So this, I'm not trying to pander to our board, but my dream level of reserve is, frankly, the board reserve policy that they passed last year. And what that looked at is not a dollar amount, because increases, the revenues increase and decrease, our revenues should do the same, and our reserves should do the same. So the way the policy is structured, it is a percentage of our O&M budget, a percentage of our capital budget, and a sort of a contingency, if you will. With today's budget amount, that would be approximately $35 million in reserves. So as you saw from the graph, in June of 2021, we're projecting our reserve to be $4.8 million. Is far short of the board reserve policy of around 35 million for right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. And being a recovering engineer is I don't know if that ever is out of your blood, but I appreciate your ability to forecast ahead and the distinction between that 5-year reference to 218 and also the longer look for the recapitalization of replacement of equipment. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, if anyone else, and if not, Nat, was there any public comment?
Let's take a look and see. Going back into the live conference, we've got some folks on that haven't raised their hand. Again, *5 are the digits to dial if you're planning on speaking on this item, which is Paul's presentation from Monterey One Water. And I see no callers who have their hands raised, so no public comment.
Well, with that, we'll once again thank Mr. Paul Sciutto for that really clear presentation. And we'll find out if it's more fun to be the executive director of Monterey One Water or an engineer or none of the above or both. Thanks, Paul, for being with us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
So the next item is a public hearing, and it's a recommendation to deny an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a first and second story addition and second story deck at 415 Spencer Street. And before we go too much further, the first question is if any of our council has had any ex parte meetings, which is certainly legal, but you just need to let us know if anybody has met with any of the appellants, applicants, etc. So this is our opportunity to see if anyone's done that. I have not. Okay, and I see a lot of shaking heads.
No.
Okay, then secondly,
if the minutes can reflect that there's been no ex parte contacts. Thank you.
Thank you. And any conflicts of interest?
Yes, Mayor. My name's Kim Cole. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Monterey and a staff member, and I own a property within 500 feet of the project site. So I will be recusing myself.
Okay, well, don't forget to come back for later in the meeting. All right, with that, then I will turn it over to our city manager, who can make the necessary introductions for our prestigious staff and let you take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember, in front of you is the appeal of a planning commission decision regarding 415 Spencer. Chris Schmidt, our senior associate planner, will present the staff's presentation of that appeal. Chris, if you please start.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Mr. City Manager. Bear with me while I share my screen. Okay, yes, so we are looking at an appeal of 415 Spencer Street. This is a first and second story addition with a second story deck and has a long history. So I'm going to try to go through this presentation fairly quickly. So again, staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission and Architectural Review Committee approval of the project. Here we see the project site. It is zoned R35 and has a medium density residential general plan designation, which is typically our multifamily, our kind of apartment designation, and it contains an existing single family residence. As I said, it's got an extensive history. Back in November of last year, the ARC approved a previous design with view and privacy impacts identified, and that project approval was appealed to the Planning Commission. In December, the Planning Commission granted that appeal, which denied the project and provided guidance to better integrate the addition design with the existing home and to lower the plate heights of the first and second story of that addition. Flash forward to March, the applicant submitted a new design, and that design was approved by the ARC in May. And we received comments and public comment from the neighbor at 442 Archer Street, who I will show what those view impacts were in a later slide. In July, the Planning Commission heard an appeal of that approval, which it denied approving the project, stating that the applicant followed their guidance. So to continue my background information on the site, here we see the existing condition of the site. On the right-hand side, you see Spencer Street and the existing home. And then on the left-hand side, you see an existing shed structure that is proposed to be demolished. And here you see that addition, siting location proposed there in orange. And I've crossed out that shed structure at the rear to show that it's being removed. Here is the floor plan of the first floor of the addition and the existing home and the second floor, and a view of the front facade from the street. And as you can see, there are some there are some steep topography differences between this site. You know, it's about anywhere from 6 to 8 feet above Spencer Street there. That parking space in the front is the only parking space on site. And so it has created some challenges for the design that we've got today. So here we see the front and rear facades. I've highlighted in orange what the actual addition at the rear is going to look like. And the applicant is also making some other changes to the existing home, new materials on the exterior. Here we see the side elevations. The top elevation is the one that would be primarily seen from the nearby intersection. And then the bottom image shows the elevation that would be seen by the next door neighbor. There's an apartment building next door, which you will see on some of my photos. And then here we see a comparison of the two designs, and you can see the applicant made an effort to really lower the height. They're switching the style from a gabled roof to a flat roof, and the overall height reduction of about 3.5 feet. This was intended to make lessen the view impacts to some of the neighbors up the hill up on Archer Street. And then the purpose of this graphic is to show, if you notice on the bottom graphic, you see that was the original design where the plate height was reduced by 1.5 feet on the first floor, and then similarly reduced by that amount on the top floor. So again, the top image is the proposed design that we are looking at today. So throughout the process, there have been several impacts identified by neighbors on Archer Street, which is uphill from the site. And I'm going to go through each of their impacts in order from north to south. The appellant that we have that has applied for this appeal is the owner of 416 Archer Street. So starting at the northernmost property, we have the impacts from Mr. Matthias at 442 Archer Street. The top image was provided by Mr. Matthias at the Planning Commission appeal in December of 2019. And that shows the previous design, and I created these outlines to show what that true impact would be. The bottom image was provided by Mr. Matthias in this next round of review of this project. Again, I added those polygons myself. They were not added by the neighbor, just to display what that impact is. And I think the clear distinction here is that there has been a major effort to lower the height. And you'll also note that these corner parapets, that's kind of where the top height that city staff has measured. So the overall roof itself is lower by an additional 8 inches as well. This was the next going down again south at 428 Archer, Mr. Sumita's home. He originally provided this photo with the original design, though I just wanted to ensure that we could assess the view impacts. And since the corners of the building were essentially the same, at least at the parapet heights, I could still understand what that view impact is, and so I've added that polygon there as well. This is the appellant's home. The appellants had both view and privacy concerns. This was a photo provided by them during the first round of approvals, and same story. I've created this polygon to show that impact. And then lastly, the southernmost home on the corner, the Harrison Napick family home. They have concern for a privacy impact from the new home. And if you can see my cursor, the applicant has designed a couple of windows on both of these facades here, and the neighbors are concerned about that impact. So in order to approve an architectural review permit, the ARC has to make several findings. The first is that the proposed siding mass, form, and architectural style are appropriate. The ARC was able to make this finding, finding that the applicant had reduced the size and created a design that was was consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The next finding is that the views, privacy, and living environment are not unreasonably impaired. Again, view and privacy impacts were identified, but the Planning Commission and ARC were able to make this finding that the project does not unreasonably impair views or privacy, excuse me. The next finding is that the project is consistent with city plans and design guidelines. The commissions were able to make this finding, and I will go over some of those guidelines. And then lastly, the exterior finish, colors, materials, landscaping, lighting, and all other features are appropriate. And that was a finding that was made because the project is consistent with the city's design guidelines. So this was a graphic that I showed both the ARC and the Planning Commission. It's really just to display the project siting location in relation to this hill. It's kind of a steep hill that a lot of the homes were built going up in that slope direction. The purpose of this graphic was really just to show what the required setbacks are. In blue, you see the first story setback requirement. In red, you see the second story setback requirement. In orange is, of course, the proposed addition footprint. And then in green, I just wanted to show that this could really be the width and size of a second story addition that the applicant could have proposed. But he created this narrow structure in order to create view create view corridors and prevent from blocking too much of his neighbor's views. This was a photo provided by the appellant in the early stages of the project review. Again, I just wanted to show what that view impact is from the Drake Avenue and Spencer Street intersection. And then I did want to go through a couple of photos in New Monterey just to show that we do have a lot of similar sites that, the city did not require a lot of these properties to basically grade their sites down to street level. and do a lot of cut and fill and retaining walls between neighbors and stuff like that. So I'll quickly go through these. And that's the last one. So the appellant has a number of arguments that they've made, and I'll go through each one very quickly. The first being that there are unreasonable impacts to views. As I stated, the ARC and PC found no unreasonable impacts to views. The project was lowered by 3.5 feet, and the roof was changed to a flat design. The substantial side yard setbacks, which as I mentioned, are for second stories are anywhere from 7 feet, just depending on the siding. This applicant has proposed 14 feet, and I think it was 14 feet and 17.5 feet are my notes. Another point is where proposed project would block existing views. What I've underlined here is that the project shall be redesigned with the goal of providing a balance between protecting all or part of the view for the existing unit and also providing an equivalent view for the proposed project. And then lastly, the appellant had suggested that the homeowner grade the site, which would generally be inconsistent. We try to avoid mass grading of large building pads, minimizing cut and fill. And here we see again that change in design and that view impact. The next argument is impacts to privacy. The ARC and PC found no unreasonable privacy impacts. The addition is 31 feet away from the rear property line, where the setback requirement is 20 feet. And the proposal is really nearly 100 feet away from all of the appellants' or neighbors' homes. And that's what this graphic is supposed to display. The next argument is that the location or siding is inappropriate. ARC and PC found that the siding is appropriate. And that was because it was discussed in all of these hearings that a northern siding on the site would be at a higher grade because of the existing topography. That would potentially result in a taller structure or more grading and retaining walls between properties and additional view and privacy impacts to the neighboring apartment building at the north. The appellant brings up a couple of arguments about CEQA, specifically stating that this project should not be exempt from CEQA. Typically, these types of projects are exempt from CEQA. There are no protected scenic vistas or other circumstances that would require additional environmental review under CEQA. There's no cumulative impact. The appellant states that he's got concern that the applicant has mentioned that he wants to build a garage in the future, but we've got no application. I really don't know where that garage would be located. I have no way to really do a CEQA assessment for that potential project in the future, and it's just not a foreseeable project. Next, the appellant has concern that the property was removed from the historic list and the implications of a change in design to the neighborhood because of this. And I just wanted to state that this property was removed following the correct city procedures, which includes a qualified historian review, which then goes to our Historic Preservation Commission, who ultimately approves its removal. And I also wanted to state that this area is not a historic district that has specific historic design guidelines that would typically be required in a historic district. And then lastly, he had concern that there was a bathroom in the shed structure. The project site is not a designated hazardous waste site, and all bathrooms on the site are connected to the sewer. And we do have permit history for the shed structure at the rear. And then sorry, one more slide. As I mentioned before, there was a view impact policy from the new Monterey area plan relating to redesigning of the project. And then I think ultimately the Planning Commission and ARC were able to approve this project because this project did not fully block views, and is in scale with the existing built environment and harmonizes with the topography. So that concludes my presentation. I am available for questions. I know that the applicant, I believe, is on his phone as well, and I believe the appellant has his own presentation. So thank you.
All right, Chris, thank you. Very much appreciate the graphics and we're getting that reverberation here. But a picture's worth 1,000 words. Appreciated the photos and graphics. That was very helpful. I think this is the time that the City Council would ask staff questions only, if that's right, City Attorney. This is question time only?
Correct.
Yes, of staff. All right, so Councilmember Tyler Williamson, you want to start off with a question, please?
Yeah, wonderful presentation, Chris. Thanks for the background info. I just had a question in regards to the privacy. I'm reflecting from my years on the ARC, so I remember this coming up quite often in regards to what the appropriate rooms were that qualified as creating a privacy concern. And if I recall it correctly, it had something to do with bedrooms or bathrooms. Could you kind of expand upon that and clarify how the project meets the privacy concerns in regards to the city's policies?
Yeah, so I'll just first state that the finding that needs to be made for these projects is that the proposal does not unreasonably impair privacy. And so that's really up for the council to decide. But when staff is looking at projects, we look at whether a project creates new direct views into bedrooms or bathrooms. And oftentimes, really, it's where the side yard setbacks are sometimes a minimum of 4 feet, where that comes really into a true concern, at least as considered by staff. That doesn't mean that these folks aren't concerned. I think that's just the way that we try to look at it.
Okay, and clearly we found that there's not this concern because it's beyond 4 feet and there's plenty of space to hopefully not be right up on somebody's space. So thanks for the response on that one. One additional question, you had a lot of graphics, so I'm not sure if you have another one that shows what the appellant's proposal decrease in the height is compared to where we currently are with the project proposal.
Yeah, give me one moment. I can pull up a slide that I did show that basically showed, I think, what you're asking for. It basically is an elevation side-by-side view.
While you're pulling that up, I'll just kind of reference a similar situation that we had with a project on Del Monte Beach neighborhood, where there was a slight difference in what was wanted and how much, I guess kind of part of where I'm trying to get at with this question is how much additional view is being offered by meeting the requirements or the expectation of the appellant. So the bottom line, I'm assuming, is what the appellant is requesting, as opposed to the top line being where it's currently at.
Yeah. And
no, so sorry.
If it doesn't have that information, then we can ask the appellant that.
Yeah, so the appellant never provided any specific guidance on what would be reasonable. I think my point with this graphic is just to show that this is the extent of the top of these parapets, and the bottom line there shows what really the overall roof height is going to be. And so these small corners are just kind of a small accent piece to the design itself.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, Councilmember Dan Albert, please.
Thank you, Tyler, for those questions. I'm just curious, Tyler, are you referring to if the appellant or if the builder decides to grade his project, what that height would look like? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, if he was going to be meeting the request or the needs of the appellant, what would that look like?
Okay, so I assume it would be what the appellant thinks that the building would look like if he graded it. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I'd like to see that too. It'd be interesting. Chris, thank you very much for the presentation. I just have one question. On page 223, there's a picture in the staff report, and I'm not quite sure what angle where that is. That is from somebody's backyard, or is that a porch, or what are we looking at in that picture?
Yeah, I believe that's from their back porch, the appellant's back porch at 416 Archer Street.
And does that look out to the bay, or does that look out? I can't figure out which direction it's looking. I mean,
Yes.
I guess it's out looking out at the bay then.
It is looking towards the bay. There's a bit of a bay view to the right of the existing home.
Okay. And what is between the story poles of the house and that red fence? Is that just open property, or what is that there?
Yeah, they have a garden in the rear.
Okay, all right. That's the only question I have.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
And Councilmember Ed Smith, I think you had a question.
Yes, thank you. And again, Chris, very clear presentation. It's helpful. On the last diagram where you had the before and after, first design and then the proposed that was approved by the Planning Commission, it doesn't show the garage. I know that was a topic, but do we have an identified driveway? Can you point to that in the photo?
There is no garage. I'll pull up the site plan again to show there is no garage. There's just a small kind of I don't want to call it a carport. It doesn't have a roof, but it's basically a car park, and it's best seen from this street view image that I showed at the beginning of the presentation.
Right. So that's the one I remember, and there's no garage plan here. So it under the proposed design, that parking space remains, and they're just limited to one parking space on their property. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, the code does not require them to provide it unless they basically build an entirely new single-family home, redevelop the site entirely.
Okay. And that magnificent oak in the front yard that looks like it's in about 20 years is going to be way up there. That remains as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the slope from where the truck is, I imagine that the resident's truck, to the right up to where the apartment house is, a substantial slope even there. And so I'm sure calculations for grading would be substantially tall retaining walls to protect the right-hand side of the property if there were, substantial grading on the site. In other words, along the right-hand side of the property line, it looks like it's a substantial slope, and any cutting in there is going to require quite a bit of a retaining wall.
That is correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
Councilmember Dan?
Thank you, Chris. If you can keep that, do you have the proposed plot plan real quickly? That's not, yeah, there we go. It doesn't look to me like when this is completed that they'll be able to get a garage in the back or anywhere else except in the front, because they don't have enough room of a setback to get a driveway there. Isn't that true?
Actually, there's a 9 foot 11 inches distance to the existing single-story structure here, and an additional, I think this is total 14 feet to the 2-story addition. So if, I think they potentially could do a driveway.
Driveway all the way to the back.
Yeah, but yeah, and we don't have any idea of what that plan would really look like. So the applicant would have to really figure that out. And if he has to make modifications to the existing structure, we would assess that at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then Councilmember Alan Hoffa, please.
Yeah, so I understand the height was lowered from 25 feet to 22 to 21.8. And I understand the rear setback is 31 feet, although there's a 20-foot entitlement, if you will. They could go to 20 feet. What I'm missing is the side setback. I think I heard you say it's 14 feet. What theoretically could it be? What is the entitlement for a second story side setback in that neighborhood?
Great question. So that was the purpose of this slide. So basically, the red line would be the allowed second story addition. I believe it's 7 feet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Chris, before you leave that slide on, please. This is Mayor Clyde again. This is a zoned apartment, R3G, I believe. And so the question would be, if this is a single family home with an addition to it, what could this be developed as an apartment, and what would the apartment look like? Would it basically be as wide as the red lines and 2 stories all the way back? Or does the current standards apply to an apartment just as it does to this single family addition?
The development standards, I believe, would be this. I believe that they could do basically the same siting. Of course, they would have to go through the architectural review process where we assess view impacts again. And again, also the applicant doesn't have the water to do a 4-unit apartment at this time. But if it ever becomes available, it is an option. They could apply for it.
All right, good. All right, then I think thank you for the staff presentation and questions. We would hear from the applicant now, and you said the applicant was on the phone. So again, Nat, if you can facilitate that, and we'd love to hear from the applicant.
Great, and I believe we're providing up to 17 minutes each for the applicant as well as the appellant. And we'll start with Rob Goularte. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly, but the applicant, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Great. We did not receive a presentation, a slide deck from you, so we'll start the timer, and feel free to share your thoughts and your position.
Well, first of all, I'm going to reduce this. I think I can do it in 3 minutes, and I think Chris did a good job of presenting what the basic parameters. And I would like to thank the council for allowing me to describe the steps that I have taken with this project at 415 Spencer Street. Like Chris said, the ARC approved my first design in 2019. So when the decision was appealed by Mr. D'Amaral, the Planning Commission, upon receiving a letter from the new Monterey Neighborhood Association and new photos from other neighbors, reversed the ARC decision. When they referred the decision, the Planning Commission carefully considered the letters and photos presented and made specific design demands. As I lined out in my letter in your packet, they gave me clear restrictions to reduce the ceiling height and overall height 1 to 2 feet and some other design modifications. We preferred the originally designed high ceilings in the lower floor and the cathedral ceilings in the upper floor, and sacrificing these would be a compromise. But we saw that the Planning Commission was trying to find some middle ground for all stakeholders, a very difficult job. Before proceeding with a new design, we did assess the possibilities and determined that the changes required were feasible. To be clear, if we were required to submit recently revealed design demands by the appellant, we would have had to abandon the project. The Planning Commission did exactly as they typically do in situations the way we saw, is that they made recommendations where everybody got some of what they wanted. While the owner of 416 Archer, the appellant, has gone to great lengths to stop our project, he has never responded to our request for a conversation concerning design. So, given this, we honored the limitations set forth by the Planning Commission and the Neighborhood Association. And after the first Planning Commission meeting, the appellants had the opportunity to tell us that the design limitations set forth by the Planning Commission and the New Monterey Neighborhood Association were unacceptable to them, and that they wanted something more, but they did not. I continue to reach out to them as we have some talking to do about placement of solar panels and other privacy remediation. After $10,000 in design, engineering, and application costs, additional costs, we submitted the new plans. We met all the new height parameters, and with a 3.5-foot drop in profile, we went lower than requested by both the Planning Commission and the Neighborhood Association. The Planning Commission unanimously approved the new design. And just in closing, Foreman's Archer is the appellant's investment property. It's his rental. There is something to be said for due diligence. Mr. Yarrow was surely aware of the possibility that the buyer of my property could construct a 4-unit apartment building, or at the very least a 2-story house before 2015. He could have done as I have now. I have contacted the owner of a 1-story duplex across my street from me, and if they were planning to sell, my neighbors and I would like to purchase that duplex at above appraised value, because if they were to add on a second floor, it would really impact our views. We have done everything asked of us by the Planning Commission and the New Monterey Neighborhood Association. And I repeat, we did this to a point of what was feasible, and beyond what was asked of us, additional modifications would have made the project unfeasible. And Mayor Robertson, I do make a request that after the appellant presents, I may be given the opportunity to briefly dispel what I believe is a misrepresentation in regards to this project if I do see something said. And I'm also more than willing to answer any questions people may have. And that's all I have.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And you do have the opportunity, you do, as the applicant, to have the final word on the hearing before it goes to the council. So yes, we will respect your right for that. So thank you for your information. Any questions for the applicant at this point? All right, then Nat, I think the next step would be to hear from the appellant.
Great. I believe we do have a presentation from the appellant, and I'll just briefly mute the applicant, and we can go back to him. And we have Mr. Wilson and Mr. D'Amaral. We let both the appellant and applicant know they have 10-minute time limits last week, but I understand Mr. D'Amaral actually has a video that he'd like to share, and we've accommodated the request, but do ask that only the video be shared for time limits. It's a 16-minute and 40-second video. So if you have a brief 10-second introduction, you're welcome to do that, but otherwise we'll just share the video. Mr. D'Amaral. I believe you're there. Mr. D'Amaral, are you there? Okay, we've unmuted him, but not sure why he's not speaking. So we'll go ahead and share the video and go from there. I apologize if there's technical issues. We weren't anticipating on showing a video this evening. So we're going to do our best with the internet that we do have. And
good evening. My name is Gwen D'Amaral. As a homeowner in New Monterey, we and so many of your constituents are disappointed to see the Planning Commission's lack of application of the New Monterey General Plan for this project. We ask each of you to exercise your position so that this project is equitable for more than just the applicant. We do not oppose the home's improvement of 415 Spencer, but object to the construction on the setting and the mass it creates. The purpose of the New Monterey Area Plan guidelines were developed and approved by the City Council in 1991 and are being ignored. Findings for the decisions noted in the Council Agenda Report show 4 requirements for the ARC. The first 3 requirements are still not in compliance with the area.
There's a lot of feedback and I can't hear, and I'm sure others can't as well.
I can't understand it.
You can't hear it? Okay, sorry.
No, we can hear it.
There's a lot of echo.
A lot of echo.
Everyone muted. There's feedback, and I don't know if there's just a few people who aren't muted, but
I can try again. This is the problem with sharing video on YouTube Live, is that it's very challenging, and this is what the frustration and the challenge that we told the applicant, or the appellant rather, that we would be having difficulties with. So let me try one more option and see if it's any better. Hold on one moment, please.
My name is Wendy Emmer.
So 1 minute.
While we're waiting for Nat, I do just want to let y'all know that City Manager Hans Osler did leave about 15 minutes ago. The meeting, he disconnected because he does own property within 500 feet of this project.
Yeah. Thank you, Chrissy. Okay, we're going to try a different video here. Let's see if this works, and if we run into challenges, we'll have to try option B. So I'll play it for a few seconds, and then let me know if you hear it, because I can actually hear it clearly, but it seems like you can't.
My name is Gwendy Amaral. As a homeowner in New Monterey, we and so many of your constituents are.
Nope. Okay. So he is on the phone. We can try to make this work. Mr. D'Amaral, are you live with us? Hello? I've unmuted him, so are you there? Okay, what we can do is, I really don't know what options we have at this point.
Matt, I didn't think it was so bad the second time you played it. I could understand. I don't know how other people felt, but I could understand it pretty well the second time.
Okay, why don't we ask Nat to do this? Nat, the second option that you just tried, why don't you give it a minute or so and see if initially there was a lot of echo. Let's give it a minute and a half, or a couple minutes just to see if, then check in with us, okay?
Okay, let's do that. I'll check in at the minute mark.
Disappointed to see the Planning Commission's lack of application of the New Monterey General Plan for this project. We ask each of you to exercise your position so that this project is equitable for more than just the applicant. We do not oppose the home's improvement at 415 Spencer, but object to the construction on this setting and the mass it creates. The purpose and the New Monterey Area Plan guidelines were developed and approved by the City Council in 1991 and are being ignored.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, I'm good. I can hear it. There is a little feedback, but it's certainly completely understandable. Is
Okay.
that council? Everybody's hearing it okay?
Yeah, it's better. I can go with it.
Okay, so we're going to go with it right out the next 16 minutes here.
Okay, here we go.
The findings for the decisions noted in the council agenda report show 4 requirements for the ARC. The first 3 requirements are still not in compliance with the area plan and ignore the supportive evidence expressed by surrounding neighbors that dispute this project. The Planning Commission denied the project on December 10, 2019. There were many areas of concerns for the project, but due to the board's limitations, their jurisdiction to make recommendations for the project was a limited purview outside of their scope of authority. Countless neighbors have brought their concerns to planning, and our cumulative issues are not being addressed. It is for this reason we have filed our appeal and ask for your support. At the recent ARC meeting, Member Justin Pauley stated that he did not see in the project revisions any gains to the surrounding neighbors. The mass and view concerns are still there. Planning's limited scope has moved this project forward by using only 2 points, dismissing the countless other issues surrounding this project. The Planning Board received several letters and comments from neighbors against the project. Concerns expressed over the project mass, water availability, Privacy issues, views, and better integration were discussed, but the Commission deferred these issues, only requesting that the planner work with the applicant on just 2 areas. The issues ignored included creating privacy issues, taking away existing city, shore, and bay views, altering historical environment districts, the setting, mass, and CEQA concerns. Planning ignores that this project is being proposed on the highest point of its parcel's hillside, creating reasonable negative impacts to the surrounding neighbors. Taking views of the city, sky, and bay. The planner continues to ignore the significance and feels that issues have been adequately satisfied and are reasonable and following a shared concept. The applicant has stated that his property is zoned for a 4-unit apartment and that his single-family dwelling project has less of an impact. He excludes the fact that he does not have the water for a 4-unit apartment, yet has used this formula to justify this project. Staff noted that no cumulative impacts were anticipated, minimizing what is known of the various adverse effects that are inevitable. 1, a proposed garage. Staff states no application for a garage has been received at this point. However, previous conversations with the applicant to staff and the applicant's recent presentations to the ARC and planning expressed that the project is being designed to meet setbacks to have a garage later. While the garage would be 1 story due to this parcel's topography, the garage would also be on the highest point of the property and create more significant impacts to surrounding neighbors, impacting their city, sky, and bay views, and creating more privacy encroachments. Another project impact on the environment is the taking of additional water credits. The applicant currently does not have the credits, and Monterey's city should not allocate future water that they do not have for this single-family home. I am still asking the question as to how this project can even be submitted to the ARC and planning when it depicts the number of fixtures when both the City of Monterey and Monterey Peninsula Water Management District have been contacted and are aware that this single-family home has only 1 legal bathroom. No agency has red tagged this violation. The additional bathroom added by a previous owner located in an outstanding building is illegal and non-compliant. To approve this project in its current design would be taking water from the unavailable environment, which will not be available, unfortunately, for many of us in the foreseeable future. Allowing extra water credits for an illegal bathroom affects future conservation water resource efforts. As reported in your agenda by staff, we did not suggest that the removal of the illegal restroom would constitute a hazardous waste issue. We objected to staff's earlier recommendation in his ARC report under Exemption D, where he indicated that the location was not a known hazardous waste site based on the Water Resource Geo-Tracker. The Geo-Tracker would not have a record of a non-compliant bathroom when no recent work has been performed to generate a soil impact, as staff claims. However, with an illegal sewer connection, staff is ignoring the potential of sewage discharge presence in the immediate soil or runoff water that would be a hazardous waste. The planner also states in their report to the Planning Commission that no cumulative impact was anticipated because this is only a single-family home addition. This comment marginalizes the existing single-family home of 850 square feet, expanding now to a 2-story addition of 1,087 square feet of additional floor area and deck to the project mass increase. The planner's position is that this project is a balanced view and reasonable. We do not see how this can be considered a balanced and meeting the objective of the new Monterey area plan for urban design, as the new construction project is now capturing a 100% unobstructed bay view in its construction, all while maintaining their existing original view from their first floor. The planner's recommendations are not that of balance, but a taking, and it's definitely not a shared approach. The surrounding neighbors who have historically enjoyed their city and bay views are forced to give up more. Let's just be clear, this is not a shared concept and would not be considered a balance. It is inequitable. The existing applicant's home that currently enjoys multiple city and bay views would now be creating a second floor and deck with a 100% unobstructed view while taking 50% of neighbor's view, all while retaining his original bay and city view and creating privacy issues. We do not accept the planner's position, dismissing the recommendation to build down for this project. The reasoning given by planning not to support this, such as the cost of a retaining wall, drainage, or inconsistency with single-family guidelines, is just absurd. Throughout this process, both the applicant and the planner have expressed that this project's execution is because of its zoning within a multifamily area. This upheld position by planning is in direct contradiction of what CEQA clearly states as the responsibility for the applicant, not the public. The millions of dollars from taxes for ongoing improvements to the City of Monterey and New Monterey infrastructure ensures that building down at this site could be feasibly done and ensure that this project's negative impacts would then be mitigated. We support building projects that are sustainable and contribute to affordable housing in our single-family zoned neighborhood. However, we just do not understand why planning is making this recommendation for a project that ignores the issues brought to the attention by several neighbors and are instead taking the position that goes against the goals or guidelines set forth by the Monterey Area Land Plan. The project, located within a mapped part of the New Monterey Historical Reconnaissance Survey, show most homes in this neighborhood, close to about 300, are part of a historical registry. The applicant has paid to have their home removed from this registry. Now, while the applicant has the right to have their home removed, they must still consider that their project is within a historical resource area boundary. Thus, the project dramatically impacts surrounding historical homes, which are the majority still of the New Monterey area. The project will have an cumulative impact on the historical resource environment and character of our neighborhood. The project proposes a mass that is more in keeping with a multifamily structure. Historically, the characteristic of the New Monterey neighborhood is predominantly a residential area of single-family homes. As the fifth generation owner of our family's home, we have historically enjoyed the house and the area's rich history. While new development is necessary and inevitable, I believe Monterey's city must look at the vision of our predecessors for land use and take to heart and practice what is in the 1991 New Monterey Land Area Plan. So here are a few examples of some of the surrounding homes, which will illustrate the importance and the need for a balance in development in order to maintain the neighborhood's characteristic. The following photos will illustrate the project's impact to several neighbors. The first photo will be showing the story poles And the second slide will be demonstrating the actual impact that we can expect from this project. The planner feels that this is shared and reasonable. The staff council report cites that our home is 100 feet away from the story poles, which contradict his previous ARC agenda report of November 2019, where he stated that the poles were 90 feet away from our home. No level of landscaping will eliminate our privacy concerns that are created by the additional upstairs windows that will face into our bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. This is further intensified due to the topography of this project's setting. This mass design also contradicts the guidelines referred to under Program 2E of the area plan to build down to minimize building height. This will be our impact at 416 Archer. This is 442 Archer. Staff and applicant feel that this is reasonable and a shared view approach. This will be Mr. Matthias's impact. Staff has recommended that it is reasonable and integrated in the new Monterey neighborhood for a single family home. This will be the impact. This is the privacy and view concerns from 428 Archer. Again, this will be their impact. I would like to ask each of you this evening, if you were in my position or a neighbor, would you interpret this project as a balance or a reasonable impairment? While the homeowner has the right to have a second floor, their project should follow the guidelines of the new Monterey Area Planned Urban Design Program Summary. This project, with its known topographical challenge, create a massive home. This is unacceptable. As a homeowner in New Monterey, I rely on the protection and preservation outlined in the New Monterey Area Plan, which addresses these concerns that you have before you this evening. The 1991 adopted plan provides fundamental guidelines and critical elements for council's direction this evening. This photo depicts why the project's integration is essential and must be improved. I'd like for you all to please note the single-family mass and its project height to the apartment next to it. This excerpt from the new Monterey Area Plan recommends stepping down the hillside to lower the profile of the building on a slope. Again, this project ignores that. This is an excerpt from the new Monterey Area Plan stressing the importance of a balance between preservation and development. Again, this project falls short and ignores that. The project fails to meet the balance or sharing of views in its development. So tonight, we are asking each of you to please uphold the goals and visions of the new Monterey Area Plan by approving our appeal. This will ensure that our community's future development, which is part of Monterey's rich historical story, will truly be that of a balanced and shared community approach. Thank you very much. And I am happy to answer anyone's questions if there are any. Thank you.
All right, well, the presentation cleared up there about 2 or 3 minutes in. We could hear it before, but it was crystal clear later. Now, it's my understanding that the appellant is on the phone if any council members had a question as a result of that presentation. Council Member Dan, please.
I don't know if it's a question for the appellant or a question for the staff, but it sounded to me, maybe I was confused about the presentation, but does this project have water for the current expansion of the for the developer? I was confused whether it does or not. Is staff can answer that, or the appellant, or who?
Yeah, I think that would be the staff, and it's my understanding, and Chris, correct me, is people make those applications, but they ultimately they have to go to the water management district to get the water permit, so they can get a city building city permit, but they can't get a building permit until the water district gives them the water. But you can help with that, Chris.
That's correct. So at this stage, we just look at the mass and form, basically the style of the home. So we typically, as a courtesy, ask that the applicants check with the water district on the available water credits, because they will ultimately need to provide, if they're expanding any new water, providing any new water fixtures, they will ultimately need to provide that approved water permit at the building permit stage. So when this project started, we notified the applicant of that process. And ultimately, I think the home itself has an existing bathroom. If they don't have any additional water credits, they'll only be allowed to add one other bathroom. The plans do show 2 additional bathrooms. Like I said, we look at the exterior design. They'll have to change their floor plan a little bit if they don't have the water credits.
So basically, they'll have to eliminate a bathroom in order to get this passed and built.
Correct. If they don't have the water credits, they won't be allowed to have those additional fixtures.
Okay.
Right. Any questions at this point of the appellant after the presentation? All right, then let's time to go to the public. Let's see if we have public comment.
Okay, we should put the public comment caption at the bottom of the screen if we haven't already done so, and asking members of the public if they'd like, please call in to area code 831-582-6500. Again, the phone number is 831-582-6500, and please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Okay, I think we've got one person calling in, and please remember to dial *5 if you intend to raise your hand. And our first caller is 2151. Hi, thanks for joining.
Hi, my name is Tammy Jennings, and I was just curious.
Oh, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, please keep talking, and if you could walk away from your television set, please.
Oh, I'm not on the television. Let me mute this thing and I'll turn it off then. Sorry.
Thanks.
I just had a question with the fact that the building is set on a slope. Have the owners thought about, and if it's possible, to build the addition on the part that's built up? I mean, like level it to the street and then build up versus where it is and then building 2 stories. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we understand your question, Tammy, and we'll get it answered for you, okay?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for calling.
Thanks, Tammy.
Okay, super. And don't see any other callers here who've requested to speak on the item who aren't the appellant or the applicant.
Okay, let's, before we give the applicant final word on this, according to our mandated rules, Tammy Jennings' question was, I think it addressed the whole idea of excavation, digging it out and putting the 2nd story more or less lower to the ground. I think that's what she was asking. And I know Chris did talk a little bit about the excavation question. So Chris, can you address that, please?
Yeah, I think, this topic has come up in a lot of different ways. The question of can the house be raised and the lot be fully graded to street level, and then the house be lowered back down and the addition be placed at that lower grade. And I think the entire idea of some significant excavation or grading has been suggested by a lot of the neighbors who had this concern. And I a question that was always asked when that was suggested is, do you actually understand the feasibility of this? Is this going to be a significant challenge to actually accomplish in an engineering way? Is the city going to approve of the potentially 8 to 10 foot tall retaining walls? What kind of impact do those retaining walls make on the surrounding neighborhood? So it's something that was considered, I'm certain, by the applicant. It's not something that staff was suggesting. Maybe is it possible to lower 1 foot or 2 feet, a couple feet into the existing grade there? Those are questions that we had for the applicant. Ultimately, he pointed that he had some drainage issues that would arise because of that. But I think those are all good questions.
All right, then let's go to the applicant, who is allowed the final word under our process. So hopefully still with us. And Nat, can we have the applicant join us?
Yes, we can. And our applicant, hi. You're live.
Hello, I'm back.
Yep. The floor is yours.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so just to kind of clarify some of the points that are brought up by the appellant, he was saying something about that I'm building this addition on the highest point of the property. As you go further toward the 4-unit apartment building above me, you get higher and higher up the property, and going higher up the property, it eliminates more and more view from more people, both across the street from Archer and from neighbor above me and all over the place. It really changes the profile because there's quite a bit of slope. As it is, the way I am going to be having to put in a 2 to 3 foot retaining wall to accommodate what I'm doing this right now. And so let's see, there was that. And then as far as the garage, then we don't have any plans for that, but it would be set back in a way that it would not impede the views. But we don't have anything on the books yet, and that's a very expensive project that's a ways off. In terms of the water credits, we are going to comply with whatever the water district decides about it. If we don't have enough water units, then there is I think it's called the second bathroom protocol, and we have to eliminate one of our bathrooms. The appellant says that we will end up with a 100% unrestricted view, day view. That's simply not true. I mean, we're going to do a little better than having to overcome some of the 2-story buildings that have been built across from us. But we're not going to have an unrestricted view by any means. And also, in terms of the privacy issues, landscaping can indeed eliminate privacy issues. And there was, the appellant probably knows that in the very little, in the view that he does have from his house, there used to exist an enormous Monterey pine tree. The stump of it's still there. It's about 3 or 4 feet around, and it probably obstructed any kind of view that he had as a bay for a good amount of time. When we bought the property, the tree had already been cut down, but the stump is still there. And so, I mean, there's a lot that can be done with trees and so forth to help on privacy issues. And I'd like to work with the appellant on that. Another thing is that in terms of like the photographs that really show what the impact is, Chris's depictions and what he shows on his presentation are much more accurate. Most of the black forms that the appellant put on his slides show the original design, show the original profile, and actually maybe even exaggerate that a little bit. So here if you want to look at something that's more accurate in terms of what the actual view impact is, then should refer to what the city or the planning department has presented. And as far as the new Monterey plan goes, you know, I think it was maybe the appellant that generated a letter, or at least got the New Monterey Neighborhood Association to write a letter, and that letter has been included in your packet. It's in, with my letter, and the New Monterey Neighborhood Association suggested that we lower the, I can't remember what it is in the letter, but I think it might have been 2 to 3 feet, but I think it was at least 2 feet, 2 to 2.5 feet. And we ended up with 3.5 feet, which is, you know, even exceeded what the neighborhood association suggested. And that is in your packet. And then as far as, you know, expenses and you sort of digging out, excavating, one of the council members was right, I think, in viewing that the 4-unit apartment building is next to us is significantly higher. Actually the privacy impacts from that, you can see a lot more into the yards and so forth from that 4-unit apartment building. And that 4-unit apartment building is closer to the appellant's backyard and back windows than my project will be. And to some degree, the vegetation that's on my property blocks a view from that apartment building. So anyway, these retaining walls are expensive. I replaced the front retaining wall on my property. It was $1,000 a foot to replace that wall, and you know, we're going to expect to have to do. Hopefully, it won't be that much for the retaining walls that I have to put already. But if I have to do more, then the cost increases quite a bit, and it makes the project unfeasible. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's take a 10-minute break. I'll close the public hearing, the public partition part of this public hearing. Then we'll bring it back to City Council for deliberations and decision at 8:55. Let's take a 10-minute break if that's okay with everybody. All right, let's do that. We're back. And so we did close the public portion of the hearing, and we're bringing it back to the city council for deliberations. I'd like to start off just with a quick question of clarification. And during the appellant's presentation, I saw story poles and the black boxes. Now, the story poles represent the project before it was dropped, I believe. So is that correct? And were the black boxes reflective of the previous project before it was lowered? Can we have an answer to that, perhaps from Chris, please?
Yes, so the images that show story poles with a gabled roof, a V-like roof, were the original design. Those story poles have been changed to show the flat roof design. So any photos that still show that V roof are old photos of the old design, and therefore the design that we're looking at being appealed today does not reflect that gabled roof design.
Right. Would you do me a favor then? Would you show the graphic, if you can, one more time, where it shows the original, and showed the original, then also showed the current proposal and how much of the bay? You had a graphic early on in your presentation.
Yes, let me pull that up. Bear with me.
Thank you. Because I was a little confused about what we were really looking at. Oh, that's a really good graphic. Good. That's what I was asking for.
Yes, so the top photo is the previously appealed, basically denied design. The bottom graphic is the design that we're looking at today.
Yes, that kind of reminds me, I don't know if Councilmember Tyler was on the ARC. We had an application in Del Monte Beach where someone was going to be building a single family home. And this was actually a solution that the architects and the neighbors came up with, where they did provide a view of the horizon. Obviously, in this case, it's not the horizon, but it was the beach. I don't know if you were on at the time, and that's reminds me of that, because obviously no one wants to lose their view. That's a given. So, and then on the other hand, you do have a right to develop, so that's a given. So that it's dropped in our laps, and that's what we have to decide. And certainly we, both sides made good arguments, and depending on who you are, that's what you would advocate for. So council, let's open it for discussion, thoughts, motions. How do you want to go on this? Councilmember Dan, please.
I just wanted to go back to your question, Clyde, about the appellant's pictures of the square blocks. It looked to me like those square blocks were of the previous project, not the current project. Is that the way the council sees it?
And that's why I asked the question. I think Chris just corroborated that.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's what I was listening to.
If we need clarification, we should ask for that from the appellant.
I would like a clarification if we can.
Is the appellant still with us?
Yep, I believe so. Let me unmute the appellant.
So the question is,
Mr. Wilson, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. First, I just want to thank everyone again for allowing the time on all parties for us to be heard tonight. So thank you. So go ahead with your question.
yes, the question was, when you were showing us your very well done presentation, the question was, when you were showing the black boxes, for a lack of a better term, were those of the previous project or were those of the current project? Graphics demonstrations that you were showing us.
They are Yes, they are both because they came from all of the 4 different neighbors that had expressed concerns regarding their privacy and view issues. So,
Okay, thank you.
so what I'm going to try to get the photos just real quick.
All right, thank you.
So oh well.
Okay, our question was answered. We're not going to open the hearing again, so I would ask the applicant and the appellant just to be ready for questions if we need them, and we're not reopening for presentation. And okay, so I hope that clarifies that. All right, we're back at the council. Let me start out, if I may. And again, it's a conundrum, as I was saying earlier, as someone who's in a second-story house myself, with the understanding that the person below me could put on a second story, and that's a given. And it would be my hope that we would come to some kind of agreement and we would at least share part of the view, because I know my 100% view isn't guaranteed. And so that's why this is difficult. And when I first heard about this, I thought, well, let's see what the history was. But to see that it's gone through the ARC twice, the Planning Commission twice, and that the applicant, I think, has made an effort by dropping 3.5 feet, did allow for the beach view. It didn't block, there was still an ocean view. And again, my heart goes out to anyone losing any of their view, but unfortunately it's not guaranteed. And it's an apartment zone, and it's my thinking that if a person went in and scraped the old house and put an apartment in, I think the impact of something like that would be huge. Now, the argument is, well, there's no water for that, but there will be. And so I'm thinking that the applicant, I made a really good faith effort to minimize the impacts on the neighbors, and the fact that the New Monterey Neighborhood Association didn't object to the second one tells me a lot too. So that's where my thinking is on this. And again, as someone who could be in the situation where the appellant is, that I could lose 50% of my view. And it's not something I'd be very happy about. And I would fight like the demon to oppose that, but we can't. We just can't make up rules. The rules are pretty well stated that people do have that right. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Councilmember Allen, please.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that in these kind of cases, my initial reflex and sort of instinct is to feel concern and sympathy for, in this case, the applicant. I've been in that position before. Somebody proposed a 25-foot high home that was going to be 4 feet from our property line, and would have had significant impacts. It ended up not being built yet. Someday something will be built there, but you know, I know how that feels. It feels very unsettling. You've bought a property, you have certain expectations, you've made a significant investment. But then the other side of it is, as you said, there are development rights that are inherent. And in this case, I'm looking at the standard on unreasonable impact. And I'm also looking at accommodations, and I'm saying they've gone from 25 feet to under 22 feet. That, I would say, is a pretty significant accommodation. They've created a flat roof. And I think the view that is preserved is pretty nearly 100%, at least from that particular view, is pretty nearly 100% of the ocean and the beach. There's some little bit, but I would say that is minimal, and I don't see that as unreasonable. When I look at the design, First of all, I would say I disagree with the original decision of the ARC. I don't think they should have approved that original proposal. I don't think that the design mass and sort of style of the first and second story in that first version were very aesthetically pleasing or consistent with the neighborhood. But as I look at this version, I think that it meets that standard. I think that it looks consistent and uniform and aesthetically adequate. Then when I look at the setbacks, again, not only do they meet the sort of minimum standards, they exceed them. So like 31 feet on the rear instead of 20 feet and 14 on the sides as opposed to 7. So to me, I really don't see grounds to support the appeal. There's concern about a garage. I think that's a whole separate can of worms. We're not presented with that project here. If a garage is ever built, it's going to have to conform to all of the various standards and building design expectations. And yes, the fact that the neighborhood association is not, is not supporting the appeal this time, or at least is neutral, also is significant to me. So I'm inclined to deny the appeal.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone else?
Yeah, Clyde?
Councilmember Ed, please.
Yes, I agree with Alan for some of the same reasons. When I look at the appeal, for me, the task tonight is to review what the ARC did, review what the Planning Commission did, and ask the question after I hear this, considering the record, considering all the evidence that was submitted and the action that those two bodies took, can I find anything based on additional evidence that would compel me to find that they erred? And I can't find that. I want to point out a few bullet points. I'll do these rapidly if I can. Spanish or Mission Revival style. I think it justifies its removal from the historical registry because the home had lost a lot of its original, and I think this is a huge improvement. The design was changed in the benefit of the neighborhood substantially, and the evidence that we saw from staff's presentation does substantially preserve more of the ocean and the beach on the far side. And so when we start talking about ocean views, it does get very emotional, and owners want to hold on to what it is that they purchased a home for. They fall in love with it. There's an emotional reason for it. But these are difficult because the upside has the ocean view, in some cases mountain view, and then a property below. Just as the property of 416, get my addresses right here. The appellate has requested review for us to reject this, but they also own property on the downside, and someday they may also remodel theirs, which would impact their neighbors across the street. So it's difficult to say that there's a view that we can promise forever. We know that that's not the case. Number 3 was a substantial redesign has already cost the owner of this property a substantial amount of dollars in their redesign. And my apologies to them for it having to take so long. I know that there was quite a few steps to go, but I think they're ready to get to the point where they can start building. And by the time they started out from the beginning to the point where they start breaking ground, you're probably looking at 2 or 3 years. And it's too bad it takes that long, but it's a complex process. I think that there are substantial efforts that have been made on the owner to help preserve the ocean view by the backside neighbors. I think the design, which made it narrower in the back and preserved a greater setback, is significant. And that's new evidence that I heard tonight in the favor of denying this appeal. And lastly, I asked the question about grading, and I had property years ago in substantial grading and substantial water diversion at a great cost. And I'm sympathetic with what would have to happen if this owner had gone down in grade, would create significant other problems. And it may even make significant problems to the point where the inside addition winds up being at the wrong level to fit with the ground level, and then you're imposing steps on the inside. And I know that, you know, it's hard to say that a little bit of grading might help the other neighbors, but a little bit of grading is a substantial amount of money, and I just can't see that the Planning Commission or the ARC erred on this. So I'd like to listen to the other council members' comments, but I just don't see any new evidence that compels me to overturn the Planning Commission's vote.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the all of the comments that the appellant mentioned about the possible solutions to this, but really the bottom line is that it's a view shed that's being affected by the neighbors. I think that's the real key to it. And policy 3 of the new Monterey area plan, it states clearly that construction of new structures should not fully block views from existing development lots, which this project does not do. And unless the council has a desire to change that definition of fully blocked views, then people are going to build homes that will partially block the views behind on separate lots. It's just the part of development. So I don't see what choice we really have. The builder complied to the height of the requirements. The project doesn't fully block the view of existing structures. It's unfortunate that any views are blocked with growth, but there has to be some type of compromise and balance as described in policy 3. I mean, nobody's happy with seeing anyone lose some of their views, but I just don't see any other choice but to deny the appeal. Unfortunately, it's just a part of living on a hill, I think, unfortunately.
Thank you, Dan.
So I don't want to take too much time. I think that my colleagues have spelled it out pretty clearly and correctly. Mayor, you were spot on with the Del Monte Beach property that we looked at that was very similar to this, where the owner wanted to have a higher ceiling, and they came back and they lowered it, and it gave them a substantial view back. It still wasn't meeting the needs of what the people that opposed the project wanted that lived across the street. But again, this is something that folks have to be mindful of when they're buying properties in the city of Monterey, that there's that possibility. So anyways, without rehashing a lot of the comments, I'm in agreement with the comments that have been shared so far, and I'll support the denial.
All right. Are we ready for a motion? We'll entertain one.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
All right. We have a second. I'll second the motion.
Okay.
All right. So the motion is to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. So if there's no more discussion, we'll do roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert?
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes. Those are always hard because it's you can argue both sides, and it's always a very difficult decision. So we'll move on to our next item, and that is a staff recommendation to reject the development proposals received by the city properties on our former corridor, our famous 125 acres. something that we have visited before. We were hoping to revisit again at a public hearing, but meanwhile, it looks like our good state legislature has perhaps preempted our authority here in the short term at the very least. So we'll have a staff presentation on the recommendation, please. Is our city manager back with us yet?
I think he'll be joining very soon. But in the meantime, I think Kim Cole will be, our community development director, will lead this discussion and staff presentation.
Kimberly, you came back.
I was watching you on YouTube. I had to switch
there
back.
you go.
So thank you, Mayor, for the introduction. I have a few slides to update the City Council and request an action on the Fort Ord properties. So let me just share my screen with you. Can everyone see my screen? Great.
Yes, we can.
Good, just needed to check. Staff's recommendation to the City Council is that the City Council reject the development proposals for the Fort Ord property.
Kim, can you go big screen for us?
I will try.
Go to slideshow. There you go. Thank you.
Nice.
And the primary reason for this recommendation is that there was an amendment to the Surplus Land Act, and that amendment requires government agencies to follow a completely different process when considering disposing of public property. And based on this amendment, the city must reject the proposals received. I did reach out to the proposers on this particular property, and one of them shared with me that they're encountering this exact same issue in another city and regarding the Surplus Land Act amendments. So it's not uncommon, and we're starting to see this happen as the enforcement of the amendments is occurring. So the city received two proposals. One proposal was from the Borelli Investment Company. It was a phased approach, and in phase one, it included industrial, commercial, retail, restaurant, and market rate housing. Phase two had unspecified housing and recreation uses. The second proposal was from the Neuroscience Institute of the Central Coast. They were looking at a very small portion of that property for about 60 residential care units for the elderly and perhaps a 16-unit two-story apartment building for healthcare workers. None of the proposals met the entirety of the RFP, so they actually didn't qualify based on the submittal requirements as well. And it's for that reason we have this very brief staff report. We're recommending the City Council reject these proposals at this time. And if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you for the report. We have council questions.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So what do we anticipate is the next option to comply with this very new legislation?
Well, the next option would be we'd have to come back to City Council and really present the specifics of the Surplus Land Act amendments, because it requires, there's requirements that the property is advertised with HCD for housing options, solely housing options. And so what we'd like to do, if we are going to go forward, if you want us to bring it back, is to bring back the requirements of those amendments, because it would change potentially the structure of our RFP.
Yeah, I always look forward to looking at new legislation from the state. So yeah, I think we're going to have to go through that at some point, because I'm still motivated to see if we can't capitalize on this property and find the right fit and the right project that can maximize that side of town and housing, jobs, you know, the use of that to develop it in whatever way we can. So yes, I think we're going to have to go through that process to learn what our limitations are going to be, and then look at a new relaunch of a new RFP.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Andy,
my
anyone else
preference.
at this point? We'll go public in a moment. Alan, please, Councilmember Alan.
Yeah, Kim, so if I'm understanding you correctly, an RFP has to sort of prioritize housing on the surplus property, which is obviously aligned with our goals. But my question is, as the Fort Ord Reuse Authority was moving towards sunset, one of the things that became more clear to me was the fact that our property is actually zoned commercial and light industrial, not residential. That, of course, is something we can now address. We could rezone it. We could change the general plan, but the land was cleared of munitions up to a certain level that permits light industrial commercial, not residential. Do we have any idea what the cleanup cost would be to bring it up to that other level that would permit residential?
Yeah, I think one of the important things I learned through the FORA dissolution process is the extent of our properties that had ammunitions was sort of a smaller area. It's not the whole 125 acres. So I think the city council is going to have options in the future. Maybe we don't advertise the entire property. Maybe there's a portion of it that makes more sense, that is an easier, earlier win. Or if you do, then we would work with the developer who the city ultimately selected to try to cost out the difference in cleanup. And it's not only just the cost, it's the time to go through DTSC and to get all of the certification. So that piece of our property that had munitions or potentially had munitions has more restrictions than other parts. So, and that's only one of the potential hurdles to this property that we have to work through. So I think there might be a smart way to go about it as we talk about it more.
It would be interesting, Kim, when you bring this back, to be able to see an overlay of the area, which ones kind of were most impacted by munitions, and then also which ones have the more significant environmental impacts from endangered species. And so it would just be interesting to see how those areas overlay, and if it would be possible to, how much of it and where is it that is neither directly impacted in endangered species nor in the munitions of concern area. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I understand. So.
Okay, good. Thanks, Alan. Other comments? Councilmember Dan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. The question I have is it's very similar to what Alan's saying, that I would like to see a staff report on exactly what we have to do to, now that Fort Ord is gone, what our responsibilities are, in just one big full report. I think that's important for at least us and the city of Monterey to see. And the second thing is, does this legislation also affect our neighboring city, Delray Oaks, and their property? I know it's already in entitlement, but does it also affect them?
It depends when they issued their RFP, when they selected their developer, and where they're at in, have they already entered into agreement? So the developer I spoke with today indicated that the Lincoln Avenue project in the city of Salinas has been affected by the same situation as our project. So I'm not sure about Delray Oaks. I would need to call their city manager and just find out more particulars.
The only reason I bring that up is if they're developing their land, it makes it a little bit more easier for us to put in the infrastructure because of north-south. I'm just wondering where they are on theirs. Thank you.
Any more comments? And we'll see, seeing none for now, we'll go see if there are any public phone calls on this. Nat, please.
Yes, we do. And our first caller is Tom Rowley. Hi, Tom.
Good evening, Tom Rowley calling, currently president of the Fisherman's Flats Neighborhood Association, Flats and Foothills area of Monterey. We are the closest residential neighborhood to this area on former Fort Ord. The impact on the Salinas Highway corridor seems to be overlooked in everything, whether it was Garden Road or wherever, is the Highway 68 area plan. I didn't see the actual response from the proposed developments that were here, but the key issue on developing on this property and basically everywhere in Monterey is the lack of water. It's a clear overreaching problem that trying to determine what the real value is without having water being available adequate to do what, to provide, different proposals, alternate proposals, it's really short-sighted. And when we've had previous discussions by Orozco and the Lopez family about developing out there several years ago, I spoke at the city council when it was possible to speak in person about how it was really quite premature without having water present. I believe that once water, assuming we do get a long-term sustainable water project available, that there will be other places in Monterey that there will be better locations closer to city services, closer to shopping, that will be feasible for developing housing, and that this would be less desirable for housing, that we're kind of desperate for housing, but without water, we are really strapped. I know the city council has talked about this, but we see a failure by our elected officials to get accomplished a suitable water project, long-term sustainable. We're now facing a dilemma. This coastal commission has reversed itself after being one of the agencies that pushed for subsurface intake. Now it's a staff that opposes and it's recommended denial of the proposals for the slant wells at the former CEMEX property. So we're in the hands now at the fate of the coastal commission, which is very sad. So we still do need a long-term sustainable project. Elected officials that talk about, I'm in favor of desal. Well, it took 6.5 years to get environmental planning for this existing proposal for subsurface intake, and now it looks like it may be turned down. Elected officials, and including you, Mayor, I fault you for this. You're leading the opposition. You threw in with the public water now, anti-growth opponents, and supported the Mickey Mouse project, the expansion of a non-feasible of the groundwater recycling. So I'd like to urge that nothing be done on this project, no firm commitment.
Thank you, Tom.
We have a water project available.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We appreciate your call as always and have no further public comment on this item, the board proposals tonight.
All right, well, we do have a staff recommendation. I think all of us, Alan brought up some really good points about how much is developable. We still need to know with respect to water, we're supposedly have Marina Water District allocation for this property, the whole cost of the infrastructure. And we also know that housing, it's usually commercial property that generates the revenue and the kind of money that you need for the infrastructures and the cleanups and so on. So we really have to see what the act from, I think the first thing we need to know is what the act from the state tells us what we can and can't do. But I think the whole idea of water, with due respect to my friend Tom, this has water from the Marina Water District. Okay, so are we ready to move on this? Any more comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just one quick comment. As we look forward, we asked the staff to bring us something back that tells us what the new changes in the law are. If we could cover what our options are going to be for the habitat species, since that's a changed condition with the sunset of FORA, I'd like to learn more about what our potential vulnerabilities are going to be with that, and who we partner with to comply with the mitigation of the habitat species plan that was approved. But I think that the sunset of FORA creates some other obstacles now. So if that could be included in future staff work so that we can see that in our options.
Okay. Councilmember Dan?
Yeah, if I can add on to that, Ed, I'd like to see a timeline from the staff of when we'd be looking at this property again. 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever it is. I just like to have some type of established timeline.
Okay, Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, so I agree with what everybody is saying. I think we're on a roll tonight, by the way. I also do want to see this back, and I understand that there's multiple priorities right now, especially given one of the other items that the staff put on the agenda for this evening or this earlier afternoon. But I think it is appropriate for this to come back to us, and it would be interesting to see how we could also change the RFP in the future to, and I'm not sure if there's a way for this to happen, but to potentially allow more, encourage more projects to be submitted.
Okay, good. Are we ready to move then, or we'll entertain a motion?
So move, staff recommendation.
Second.
And a second. Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes for me as well.
Great.
Good. All right, let's go to our city manager update on COVID-19 response efforts and outdoor seating enforcement. We know that's of high interest to our community at large. We have actually received an email recently talking about Alvarado Street and restaurant seats and pedestrians being able to navigate them feeling safe. And we also at our last meeting gave direction to our city manager to work with Fisherman's Wharf as far as their capacity and seating. And I know that's going on as we speak, because the restaurants and other small businesses obviously want to stay open and stay safe as well. So it's a very much a cooperative effort. So Hans, update us, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. So tonight I've prepared, as usual, a COVID-19 update for you. It's 172 days since we declared a local emergency on March 13th. So we are 172 days or 5 months and 19 days into COVID-19. These are the local numbers from today. Confirmed cases increased by 88, hospitalization changed by 4, and thankfully we did not have any fatalities today. I wanted to share another graphic with you. It shows you the cases that we currently have in our hospitals in the county of Monterey. You see we have 1 patient at CHOMP right now. Just 10-15 days ago, that number was about between 15 to 18. We have 12 at Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital, 15 at Natividad, and 2 in the King City Hospital. Here's what I will cover tonight. I will talk about the initiative by Governor Newsom and his team that was published on Friday, which is called The Blueprint for a Safer Economy. I will share with you some interesting public outreach statistics. We'll talk about beach closures. As the mayor indicated, you asked me also to report back to you about enforcement and is our enforcement working, as well as talk about the crowd management at WARF number 1. But I will also give you an update about our local economic stimulus plan, about the rental assistance program update. And then what is also, I think, interesting for the council is to learn about how the expert in the hospitality industry look at the hospitality developments for the next couple of months or years. And then I will try to end on a high note with a great conclusion and summary of my presentation. As indicated on Friday, the governor presented a blueprint for a safer economy, and what he did with that was basically he threw out all the counties that had variances or all the counties that were put back on a monitoring list, and basically Sacramento created a new approach with tiers, and there are 4 tiers now that are color-coded. Tier 1 is purple, is basically the worst of all scenarios under COVID-19. 38 of Monterey's, of the state of California's 58 counties are right now in Tier 1, including the county of Monterey. And then you go into the colors red, orange, and yellow, and the more you can advance from Tier 1 to Tier 4, the more businesses can be reopening under those various tiers. And the way that the government, the state has organized that is that they have a very tricky website out there in which we can learn about all the various industries with their associated industry guidance. So what can we open under Tier 1, widespread? What can you open under substantial, etc.? And here are also some of the statistics. It will show you also when you can move from one tier into the next tier. And by having those clear numbers out there also, you can for yourself look at the data that is daily published by our county, and you can see in what direction we are moving. Monterey is in the purple status, as I said, but here's the thing that I wanted to indicate also. If you are operating a business in the city of Monterey or in the county of Monterey, you can go into the activity field, enter your type of business, for instance, hair salon, and you can see how you are allowed to open or whether you are still required to be closed. As you know, as I stated before, Monterey is in the purple tier, and we are still quite a ways from the next level of Tier 2. Allow me to share with you a few thoughts about the blueprint for a safer economy. I think it creates really another blurry line. It is driven by trying to balance public health and economic needs, or avoiding more economic devastation and ruin. So it's a blurry line. It's really not easy to understand why certain things are the way they are. So that's, I think, a challenge that comes with a blueprint for a safer economy. It is blurry. We have to think also about the peninsula at this point. Again, these are my thoughts about COVID-19. We have to look at the peninsula, we have to look at the county. We need to consider also saying, okay, what does the analysis for the Monterey Peninsula reveal for us? What are our metrics for the Monterey Peninsula? We also have to possibly enter into a discussion to consider to talk about peninsula economies versus agricultural economies as well. And this is not to talk about the differences between the county and the peninsula and the agriculture. It goes really now to the heart of our businesses, hospitalities, hotels, motels, restaurant, retail. They are closing, and we have challenges with our main industry as well, and we have to discuss that also, I think, on a county level and see what we can jointly figure out together with the public health official and the state health officials. And another concern I also wanted to share with you, data-driven didn't work really so well the first time around, now we packaged it slightly different into a blueprint for safer economy. Both models have worked, will work. What will not work, or where we have a challenge, are the human behavior. The human behavior remains the key factor, and no model, no blueprint can really address those challenges that we will continue to endure. So again, my appeal to everyone is do the most that you can do to protect yourself and your loved ones. Here are some statistics about COVID-19 that I shared with you that I felt were interesting. We had so far had over 12 meetings with all our neighbors that are called Monterey Mornings with the Manager. We had 12 COVID-19 council meetings that are now virtual, 27 virtual boards and commission meetings. We had 4 town hall meetings since we started the pandemic that were virtual. As you recall, one of them was the Monterey 250 meeting. Our websites received a lot of visits and a lot of clicks, and our communication and outreach team has sent out so far over 105 emails on weekdays to inform the residents about what is going on, and every single email is appreciated by our residents. Of course, internal outreach is equally important. On Fridays at 3, we are talking to all of our employees with a live video message that is also recorded for all those who have to miss those messages. It's every Friday at 3 o'clock, and in those meetings we are talking about what is going on in the COVID-19 scenario, what employees should or could do, but we are also sharing with them information from you, the council members, of what you are appreciating, what are your concerns. We also talk about topics that will be in front of council and have interest for our employees. Immediately at the outbreak of COVID-19, we awarded for 80 hours of paid administrative leave to all employees, and that was COVID-19 related paid administrative leave. If an employee did run out of vacation time or other sick time, they needed to help their family members in case that they have a COVID-stricken family member. We also added just recently, I think that happened about 1.5 weeks ago, another 24 hours of paid administrative leave to employees who were impacted by the River Fire, Camel Fire, and the Santa Cruz Fire. And we needed to help those employees as well, because if you lose your home or if you have to evacuate, you have to take care of your family first and foremost. And if employees do not have vacation time, we wanted to at least support them with those actions as well. We also increased training online. A lot of COVID-19 related training is going on right now. We are training employees about safe work habits, about how to protect yourself when you work in an office environment, etc., etc. As you see from the list of things, everything that the industry guidance requires us, also we are doing that. And we also had staff from HR attended John Hopkins training on contact tracing within our organization. So if we have a case within our city employee family, that we are trained to conduct contact tracing. Let me talk about beach closures. Here's the weather forecast for the beaches on the Monterey Peninsula. Doesn't look very scary, but what is happening around us is a major heat wave, and there will be again 3-digit numbers all around the coastline. And what that means is people will come, especially on a 3-day weekend, down to the Monterey Peninsula. For the first time that I remember, all beaches around the Monterey Bay will be closed, starting in Santa Cruz, going over through Capitola and then down to Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel, and also beaches down in Big Sur that state parks can monitor and close. All beaches will be closed in Monterey on the Monterey Peninsula starting Friday, and will be open up again Tuesday morning, 1 minute after midnight on Monday. Labor Day weekend parking restrictions will be again in effect in the Del Monte Beach neighborhood as well as Sentence Drive. This measure is not very popular with some of the neighbors there. Some other neighbors actually liked it when we implemented originally, but it's a very good measure that really prevents people from going to the beaches. It helps our police to enforce the total beach closures. We also have closed the beaches on San Carlos Beach and Maccabee Beach throughout the calendar summer, and the summer ends officially on 9/22. So those two little pocket beaches will remain closed throughout the rest of this official calendar summer. We talked about parking restrictions in the waterfront parking lot at 50%. That will happen also over the weekend, and we will have crowd management control in place as well. I'm come to the point where I want to talk about the enforcement. What do we enforce with our code compliance officers? We enforce the outdoor seating regulations. We enforce mask covering requirements inside of businesses, and as well the mandatory mask covering requirements on Wharf 1 and Cannery Row. What does the Monterey Police do? They go after all those reported violations of business operations. For example, we just recently rechecked a fitness studio. I spoke about that, I think 4 weeks ago. We were again asked to go out and recheck that, and we do that and recheck there. We also enforce the industry guidance with respect to gatherings or hosting of receptions. Recently, we had somebody also who was violating that, and the police was shutting them down relatively fast. What did we do actually? We have so far visited over 1,240 businesses, and that includes banks, that includes retailers, that includes restaurants, that includes all shades of businesses. And we check them with our code compliance folks for wearing of masks inside, and checking also whether their personnel are also in compliant with that. These are, of course, multiple visits and multiple times at the same businesses. We issued 28 citations, 36 individuals who were not compliant refused to show us an ID, and another 68 individuals who were not compliant stated that they have medical exemptions. And again, I just wanted to show you that there are actions that we cannot take because there are other legal issues with the kind of enforcement that we are tasked to do. Staff's assessment, crowd management measures on Wharf 1 are in place. We are very confident that we have enough trigger points to manage the potential crowds during Labor Day weekend. We have not been tested yet. Since we started with the crowd management control measures, we really didn't have a chance to have large crowds or manage large crowds, and that was definitely a side effect of the fires and the smoke that we had here on the Monterey Peninsula. I want to again state, as I did a couple of weeks ago, our code compliance system works. Recently, I had a chance to attend a county-wide meeting. We had a regional state park official express the following sentence: Monterey is the envy of the state when I speak with other regions with respect to mask covering compliance. And I think it's important to have that in mind, but it's also important for us as staff and for you as council to understand that we are fully aware it's not perfect. We have to remain diligent, and we have to remain vigilant also in enforcing that. What did MPD did, Monterey Police Department? We chased over 450 people off the closed beaches on the weekend of 8/15 to 8/16. On 8/29 and 8/30, more than 125 people were cleared from closed beaches. Now, between those 2 weekends that I mentioned, and in between is also the fire weekend, where really not a lot of folks were coming down, and we didn't have any enforcement issues during those smoke-filled weekends. But what is important to know also that we tinkered with the system, and we tightened up our control points a lot better. And so when you see 450 versus 125, there's also a certain element in there that our control points are better, our barricades are more sophisticated now, so that folks cannot just really climb over them or throw them at the wayside. A few other examples that I just put together, and these are just a few examples just to give you an idea. We went out to Window on the Bay. We had a group there that was not wearing masks. PD went out. Everyone in the group produced a mask and complied. We were notified through dispatch that somebody reported a homeless on Alvarado not wearing a mask. Community services officer went out, provided 2 masks, explained what was going on, and the homeless person complied. Family playing with their kids at a playground at Laguna Grande Park during COVID-19 times. This is a no-no. We basically talked to the family, admonished them, and they left the playground. And of course, also soccer players at Laguna Grande Park is also an area where we repeatedly are being called out, and the last noteworthy time was on 8/30, 2020. As I stated, it's my assessment that it's working. It's not perfect. We need to continue to educate and enforce. A concern could be the recreation trail. We have a volunteer who does statistics very well in the morning. He reported between 8 to 9:30, he counts 100 folks and can come up with a statistic of face covering worn on the rec trail between 8 and 9:30 of 17 to 18%, mostly locals, mostly people who are either exercising or going to work. And what we also have anecdotally observed is the percentages are actually increasing during daytime as folks are coming from the points where we have mandatory face covering in place, Wharf 1 as well as Cannery Row. We have to remain attentive. We have to remain vigilant. If the summer is over, that doesn't mean COVID-19 is over. So our enforcement activities will continue on that high level that we have established so far. You asked me about crowd management. I told you we have measures in place. We have trigger points in place. I shared with you that we have not really been tested yet. We expect that Labor Day weekend might be a test. We have several points there several elements that will help us. We have crowd control at the entrance of Wharf 1. We have a parking control officer that we can dispatch immediately if we see the crowds are expanding, in order then to restrict access to the wharf. In partnership with the MCCVB, there is a booth and a table to help inform visitors. The idea behind that is if there are waiting lines for tables on wharf number 1, they don't have to crowd the wharf by waiting for tables. If the waiting time is 60 or 90 minutes, we will recommend to them, or we will say there are other restaurants than just the wharf restaurants. Full is full on the wharf. Other restaurants might not be as busy as the wharf at that time. We continue to have code compliance, working the wharf, walking it up and down, as well as community services officers. And our restriction to access to wharf number 1 through the waterfront parking lot management seems to work very well. Yesterday, I apologize, on Sunday, we actually opened it up to 75% because we saw that there were no really crowd issues on the wharf. And so we're tinkering with that system, but the standard operating procedure is that once we hit 50% and we see the crowds on the wharf are still very acceptable, we'll leave it at 50%. Scott Olivier Street is closed. That is this tiny little pocket parking area in front of Benihana. Of course, the wharf concessionaires that have parking spaces there can continue to park there. We heard one concern from a concessionaire on wharf number 1 who expressed his concerns that the locals could not drive up and pick up their food and then leave again. So we're tinkering with the system, we're adjusting, and we'll find a solution for that concern as well, because of course we want also locals to be able to pick up a meal and take it home. We are very sure that the beach closures that were announced across Monterey Bay and that have been repeated on several social media channels, as well as by the MCCVB and other hotels, etc., that this will help really to restrict crowds. Remember, if you go back to July 4th, we closed the beaches on July 4th here in Monterey as the first city to declare that. At that time, we really didn't give the hotels a great deal of time to adjust. It was just 3-4 days. Labor Day weekend, we announced that 2 weeks ago. So the bookings will probably reflect that. And with that, of course, crowds will be hopefully smaller. But again, we have to see how this will work out. Next item is, wanted to show you, we're taking photographs. Actually, the wharf concessionaires are supplying us with those photographs from their security cameras that they have installed. You see on the right-hand side here the times that it was taking. The upper line of photos was taking Saturday 22nd. And yeah, 22nd it should read. The caveat here is this was when the cloud, the sky was full of smoke clouds and the air was pretty bad. Here you see basically pictures from 12:30, 2:30, and 6:30 on Sunday. And here you might say we are reaching a point where you may have crowds or not. Again, the camera angle and as well as the zoom of that photo might kind of overly present data there, but that's a photograph where I would expect that we are getting into the next level of checking and ensuring that we have the right number of folks on wharf number 1. I wanted to talk to you now about our local economic stimulus plan. As council know, we dedicated $500,000 from the parking fund to our small businesses. Over $490,000 of this has been spent. Actually, a total of $500,000 has been awarded in total. There's one business that got an award for $10,000 that has not really given us their indication how they want to continue, or if they like the grant or not. There are some questions still unanswered, but here's some examples of who those businesses are. Code Ninjas, that's a software programming outfit for young kids, in which they teach young children, young students how to code. Café Lumiere, Copy King, Alta Bakery, Cat Meow, a thrift shop on Lighthouse, or secondhand shop, I should say. I don't want to offend Cat Meow. And Best Cuts, a hair salon also on Alvarado Street. Of the $500,000 of the Tightland funds, we have just spent a little bit over $200,000, $212,000. Again, the spread reaches from Cannery Row, where we have a taste of Monterey operating in the Tightlands, through Wharf 1, Cafe Fina, Monterey Bay Abalones, Monterey Bay Whale Watch, Sail Monterey, Palooka Trattoria, but also over to Wharf number 2 to the Sandbar and Grill. As we indicated before to you, tremendous feedback from the businesses, and this was all done in partnership with the Community Foundation and the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. And I think this has been very successful. And again, all the awardees are posted also on our website, and the latest update was done this afternoon to that website so that everyone can see what each and every one business received. Over 86 businesses were awarded. Something that we just launched, the rental assistance program. Again, for your background, it's funded out of 3 different sources. It's the CARES Act provided us with $152,000, and then we used housing funds and CDBG funding in the amount of $649,789. So that is a program that has been launched. We got it approved late August by HUD. It came with the additional permission to extend the program that was designed for 3 months to now up to 6 months. And it also comes, of course, when the federal government gives you an extension or lets you do something to their advantage, it comes with another obligation of us that we have to check what other federal assistance the potential recipient of our rental assistance program has received, and then we have to deduct that from our rental assistance program. So there's a little bit more work required in the background, but overall that we are allowed to extend it from 3 to 6 months is really, really very good. We are partnering with United Way 211. They will have their operators trained in English and in Spanish, and they will also then refer qualified applicants to us. The program has launched on August 24. We did also a media campaign. It was picked up by KIUN, by our Spanish-speaking station Univision. Herald, MC Weekly also reported about that. We also reach out on informal channels to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. The government's relation manager, Barbara Meister, was working with us on some of the key concepts of the rental assistance program. But we also have reached out to MCHA because a lot of their hospitality workers have been laid off and are potentially eligible for that program. In the first week, we received about 52 applications. So far, when doing the math, $165,000 are requested, and we are reviewing the applications. The point, though, is the applications requires 8 to 9 different pieces of supporting materials, from tax returns to a notice that the person has been laid off and lost income due to COVID-19. It needs to show a landlord agreement. We need to know also who the landlord is in order to issue the check to the landlord. There has to be also a W-9 form issued. So there are all those elements that an applicant has to submit to us. And I shared this yesterday with another council member. We will do our best. We will do our best to keep the people informed what they have to submit to us, but also to push them if they need a little push, or also to help them if they need a lot of help to get the paperwork together. Ultimately, it's up to every single one of those folks to submit a complete application package, but we want to make it as easy as possible. All the rules that we are applying are not really rules that the city of Monterey made up. These are requirements by the federal guidelines, and we have to abide by them in order to use the funds that we have allocated to that program. I spoke to you that I wanted to give you an outlook also of what the hospitality is looking at. And this is information from a group that is called Destination Analysts, and that information was shared last week, Thursday, at the Board of Directors meeting of the MCCVB. And I picked a few slides there, and Councilmember Ed Smith, who is a board member there, can also amplify some of the messages from Thursday. But question number one was, what are the three U.S. travel destinations that have been most talked about as places with coronavirus issues? So as we know, New York was a hotbed. Florida didn't understand what COVID was for the longest time. But number three is California. So number one is Florida, number two is New York, and number three, the area is California. And what people conclude from that, the analyst, is it's probably less likely that people will go to California if they have spoken a lot about this as a coronavirus hotspot. Nearly, the next question was basically, what is the expectation? How do you feel it's going with respect to COVID-19? And the general sentiment of the responses were it's going to get worse before it gets better. And you see about 49.1% of the folks have a relatively negative, I correct this, 49.1% have a negative outlook of with respect to the coronavirus outbreak. And of course, that has direct impacts also on our industry here. The other part that was asked is, hey, what about the residents in tourist destination? And clearly, it's over 50% of those surveyed basically say of residents, we don't want tourists in our town right now. And so there is a negative sentiment regarding travelers, and it's slightly above 50%. And of course, I may say we see similar sentiments here in the city of Monterey, reflective of that survey as well. Will you travel for Labor Day? Is a very timely question. 70% say, no, I will not travel for Labor Day. Trust me, there's enough 30% in the Central Valley and north of us that can lead to crowd management issues. Other question, how about Thanksgiving? Well, Thanksgiving also not such a large difference. Also, 63% of folks are saying we are not traveling. So what's the summary here? We see people are still and will remain reluctant to travel. Large portion of our population feels things will get worse. Resident sentiment is a factor we have to consider. California especially is under the microscope for our COVID-19 management. Air travel hasn't recovered, is far from recovery, and when you listen to the news, you hear that the airlines are making a lot of noise about potential massive layoffs. They were in the CARES Act really treated very well and got a lot of funding from the CARES Act, and with the condition that they are not laying off folks until September 30th, so there will be a trend change probably expected. Staycation is still something that people like to do. Meeting and events are evolving, and also with that, meeting and events are evolving in a degree that conference centers again are expected to have now virtual studios in which people can virtually also attend conferences, and that will be a mix of potentially conferences that have people attending the conference, but then giving those folks also an option to attend breakout sessions in virtual sessions. So there's also a change evolving in that industry, and national elections will have a significant impact on the future of how people will think about COVID-19, how they think about COVID-19 management, as well as of their travel. I'm coming to my last 3 slides. COVID-19 is our #1 main work program. The city attorney spends hundreds of hours on many of the legal questions that we just bring forward to you to an emergency order or something else. It takes a lot of time from all of us out. We have worked on council's responses on to COVID-19 initiatives. We have, I believe, maintained an exemplary local government transparency with respect to our operations, particularly COVID-19. Our city government, our city management takes public health guidance extremely serious. We have created follow through by getting additional personnel on board, by hiring code compliance coordinators. We were the first to restrict beach access. We were the first to restrict create beach closures, mandatory face covering for certain areas. We switched it up from the county's citation system to the administrative citation. Our local small business program from day one was to design to help supplement programs that came from the feds and the state. We have a renter protection ordinance in place to include eviction and rent freeze. The governor and the state legislature added some new legislation into the mix just yesterday. It does not include rent freeze though. Our rent freeze expires by the end of September, so staff is working on coming back to council with some questions and hopefully some guidance from you. We also amped up our collaboration with Eco Housing. There are webinars held, I think, regularly now that inform folks about the renter rights. An educated rental community is a community that knows how they can behave, how they can react to rent increases or to other issues that might possibly come up in their rental agreements with their landlords. Our rental assistance program is the only regional program that is out there right now. And also we have continued to respond swiftly and I believe in a very unbureaucratic way to issues such as outdoor seating permits and parklets. And tonight we are launching 2 new posters that we want to use to document also the good work of the city and the city council. You see the first bullet is about housing, eviction moratorium, rent freeze. We used rent deferral for the properties that the city of Monterey is managing, over $255,000. We kickstarted, we started the rental assistance program. I don't go through all the details, but here under meals, 2,200 families served, seniors, 373 meals for seniors served. In recreation, our Operation Outreach reached so far over 5,700 seniors, where we just call and say, how are you doing? What do you need? 60 virtual group exercise classes are being conducted. And also, this is actually very important, especially in the COVID-19 scenario. Over 354 units of blood were collected. We are running blood drives on a weekly basis at our Elistero Center. Last slide here is library is in the sidewalk program. Close to 24,000 items checked out. Over 8,000 folks, local and regional folks, have used the sidewalk service. The library under the current scenario is allowed to open at 25% occupancy. The library board and the library leadership have decided to stick with the sidewalk program for right now. They feel that is more efficient and more effective than opening up the library for just 25% of their customers right now. So while our status allows us to do something different there right now, we are following the suggestions by the library board as well as the library management there. Outreach, we held so far over 90 media briefings, and I put an exclamation point behind that. 90 times we had virtual phone calls with anyone from KZU to MC Weekly to KION, KSPW, and Monterey Herald. We designed over 250 signs and signage that you see across town. Daily emails, I said 105 plus, it's 107. Code compliance, I gave you a detail overview over that. It's 7 days a week working, and we are out there and keeping people informed, admonished, and also reminding businesses how to operate. Last but not least, we are now operational in the EOC for 169 days. That is also probably a record in the city of Monterey. We have handed out over 20,000 masks in partnership with the WARF Association plus Gathering for Women. And here's something that only Public Works guy likes to present. Over 175 hours per week, we are cleaning our public restrooms and sanitizing them to ensure that public restrooms remain also as clean as possible. And again, just to put this into perspective, there are cities who just shut down public restrooms. That was never an option for us. And again, this is another statistics that I think is interesting to acknowledge. With that, I am happy to answer all your questions and look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, thank you, Hans, for an extraordinarily thorough report. Lots of things going on in the city, and it's good to take the opportunity to share that with our public. Any questions at this point? Councilmember Dan, please.
Yeah, very quickly, Hans, you mentioned about parklets. Where are we on implementing parklets on Alvarado and Cannery Row, if we are at all?
Yeah, we have the parklets regulations published for, I think, almost 4 weeks now. And we have 2 applications in front of us. One is on Alvarado Street, and I don't know exactly where the other location is right now, but we have only 2 applications for parklets received so far.
Thank you.
Okay. Nat, was anyone on the line that wanted to make a comment?
We have no public comment on item 23.
I bored them to death.
Well, it's very important, as you pointed out. That's probably the responding to COVID-19 on a health and safety level as well as economic impacts is what's #1 priority of the staff right now. That was very clear from your report. So if there aren't any other comments, questions, shall we go to council comments? And Alan, do you want to start this evening? Please do.
Yeah, first of all, I really want to thank the staff. I do believe that the city of Monterey is doing a lot to address this crisis. And, you know, it's a situation where no matter what we do, we will not please everybody, but I do believe we are making a good faith effort, the city and the staff, to both balance the needs of health and also try to help out businesses in the city. I did have a question. There was an email we got from a member of the public that was wondering if we can do anything about testing, making testing more available. I know I personally spoke to the county board and urged them to create more testing sites on the peninsula. That was probably, I don't know, 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago, something like that. And it's a valid point, which is that the lack of adequate testing, especially for people who can't afford, who aren't football players and basketball players for professional baseball and football teams, for regular people, it's a real problem. And if we had more comprehensive and adequate testing, it would allow us to return more quickly to more normalcy. It doesn't seem to me intuitively that this is something the city can do, but I do feel that it's so important. I just thought I would ask the city manager if he's had any thoughts about that.
Yes, the mayor and I attended a meeting not too long ago. Mayor, time flies, but I think it was 5 weeks ago with Supervisor Adams. Attending was also the Pacific Grove city manager and mayor, as well as the Carmel city manager and Mayor Potter. And at that time, we brought the issue forward and asked to the supervisor also to help us to create a testing site on the Monterey Peninsula and increase testing. One of the outflows was that parallel, we worked with Natividad for a one-day event in the Lower Presidio where 100 folks were tested. But that wish of us is still alive and well. We still push for it. And what I learned also from the one-day testing that we had in the Lower Presidio with using the Natividad Hospital team, it was a flawless setup. It took from setup and collection of tests and tear down probably less than 3.5 hours. They queued up in the Lower Presidio and they swapped the noses with 2 lines of cars. But it cost about $12,000 to $14,000 an operation like that per day. And we discussed among city managers how many days we can actually afford if we even find funding for that. My hope right now is Councilmember Hafer, honestly, on the governor and his testing that he was presenting last week, where they entered into contracts with testing companies and hope to bring the price down from whatever it is right now to $49 and then $36 per test. But it is a wish, and we will continue asking for that, because I think it's a failure of the county not to have a testing site on the Monterey Peninsula. I think that is really our detriment as well.
To that, Alan, I would add that every Monday at 3 o'clock, Supervisor Lopez, who is the chair, hosts a county-wide meeting, including mayors, the district attorney, the county sheriff, Dr. Moreno, and so on. And we have brought it up there. We will bring it up again. And we won't meet on Labor Day, but definitely on the 14th, we'll ask again. And then Supervisor Mary Adams has about every 2 weeks, we have a Monterey Peninsula mayors and staff meeting. So we will bring it up again and again, because if we're going to charge for these testing, it should be free if we're really serious about testing. So you're absolutely right. So we'll push, because they may have the money that we don't, because they got more CARES Act money than we did. Really good point.
Thank you.
Other council comments? Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. I echo the sentiments that Alan said about the staff being so vigilant on making sure our neighbors and residents and visitors are safe. It's kind of difficult to, definitely kind of difficult to keep people off the peninsula. It's especially when you're in Fresno and it is 102 degrees. It's very difficult to keep them off a 70-degree area. But anyway, I appreciate the staff, that's for sure. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I much appreciate our firefighters and police who helped out with the local and state fires. That was a big job, and it looks like at least the fire on 68 and in Carmel Valley is is coming to an end, and I'm very proud of their extra service to their community. Very proud. Also, I've noticed around town that our streets are still being repaired, so I wanted to thank the voters for passing Measure S&P. I think that's something that we should be very proud of, that our streets are not bumpy anymore, thank goodness. And then my last comment is just an update on the Monterey Salinas Transit. MST will begin a one-year pilot program for a contactless fare payment in all of the MST buses. So that means that the system allows contactless, I guess that's it, fares that are like prepaid Visa cards instead of cash. You can still use cash, but I think that's a great opportunity for us to be a lot safer on the buses. And that's going to start in the next month, and it'll go all the way till the end of, I think, July, and then it'll be implemented permanently. So that's in partnership with MSD, Caltrans, and Visa. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Councilmember Tyler, council comments tonight?
Yeah, so I'll say two things. The first is regarding Monterey One Water. So we've been having a discussion at the request of Salinas to increase the number of votes they get on our board. And so we had our board meeting actually last night, and there was some disagreement on the board about how to move forward. But the vote was to give them exactly what they wanted, which was leaving everybody else where they were, and increasing the votes for Salinas to by 2 to a total of 8 weighted votes. That pretty much brings them close to 50% of the entire vote for the entire region. And so I have some concerns with that. The staff for Monterey One is going to bring it back to us for a vote at our September board meeting for us to finalize that. So there still might be some things that change, but I just kind of wanted to give you all a heads up. I can talk further about this if this ends up coming back forward to us, but it does present some concerns to me. I think that there's a middle ground that helps achieve maybe what some of their concerns are, but also making sure that the smaller municipalities with one or fewer votes than Salinas not to lose much more of their power. So anyways, just kind of wanted to give you a heads up there. And my last thing is regarding it in recognition of women during COVID-19. The pandemic has amplified some very real and present inequalities regarding women. And I think one of the main reasons why I'm bringing this up is because I'm acknowledging my privilege as a male and recognizing that our current council is made up of all males. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge the struggle that women are going through due to the pandemic. So during the pandemic, mothers have had reduced their work hours 4 to 5 times more than fathers to care for children in a nation that hasn't created a strong caregiving foundation. This year, female unemployment reached double digits for the first time since 1948, when the Bureau of Labor Statistics started tracking women's joblessness. The unemployment rate for Latinas was 15.3% in June. For Black women, it was 14%. For white men, 9%. Women earn less than men. White women make 79 cents on the white male dollar. Black women make 62 cents. Native American women make 57 cents. And Latinas make 54 cents. For the past several decades, the gender split in the labor force has largely evened out. Then came 2009, a recession that hurt predominantly male-dominated jobs such as construction and manufacturing. Women overtook men as more than half of the labor force for the first time. It has happened again only one other time in December 2019, when coronavirus was still but a distant headline in China. Women surpassed men at 50.04% of the labor force. Employers will have their pick of employees, and that will bring salaries down. Low-wage workers still feel that drop most intensely, Women make up nearly 2/3 of the 40 lowest paid jobs. According to a study in 2014 of graduates from 1974 to 2011, students who graduated during a recession are likely to see their salaries decline by 10% in their first year at work, followed by dips of about 2% every year during their first decade in the labor force. Higher pay majors where male students are concentrated will fare better, but lower wage majors where women predominate will feel the impact harder. Monterey, specific information, women in the city of Monterey make nearly $10,000 per year less than men here, making the basic human right to healthcare unattainable for many women in the city. Among families with children, single mothers are most likely to live in poverty in Monterey City. The median income for men in Monterey City is $40,410 and only $31,258 for women. If a woman needs to rent at the average rental cost in Monterey City, $1,625, and makes the average income of $31,258, she will spend $19,500 on rent alone, about $1,800 on PG&E, $1,200 on her phone, and at least $2,400 on transportation to work, leaving $6,358 for food, healthcare, and childcare if she has children per month. The average per capita healthcare cost in Monterey is $7,549, so this will not be affordable for her. Democrats in Congress have proposed $7 billion in support of childcare, while Republicans have proposed a total of $15 billion. Neither is enough to fulfill the $50 billion total needed to stabilize the childcare industry. This is a quote from an article that I read from a woman that was part of the story. "You can't plan ahead in any concrete way, and that stress manifests itself because you don't know how to interact with the workforce. If you're out looking for a job, how can you know what job to take because you don't know in 2 months what your kid's school situation will be?" End quote. Advocacy for what I'm looking for as far as outcomes are advocating for fair working policies. I've talked to Hans about this a little bit, and I know that there's some efforts being done at the staff level to look at the possibilities of offering childcare services for our personnel. So I'm interested in seeing how that tracks along. I just kind of wanted to end with a couple of thank yous to our a few strong female elected officials in the region. Wendy Root Askew, who is a school board member and is currently running, but for higher office. But also Yuri Anderson, who is on the MPC Board of Trustees, just to name a few. While going through their own issues and trying to advocate for all the moms out there. So great work being done by them, and much appreciation for our female staff who I can see many on this call who I've been thoroughly impressed by the performance of their work, given the fact that they are mothers and I imagine are struggling. I don't have kids myself, so I have a lot of empathy for those of you that do, fathers and mothers out there. But shout out to folks like Clementine, who I know is a super rock star for us. And again, I hope to keep my finger on the pulse on this issue and hope to find ways of advocating for our mothers out there. Thank you for allowing me to take a little extra time tonight.
No, thank you, Tyler. Really just fascinating statistics that you shared with us. Councilmember Ed, council comments?
Yes. Tonight we saw an excellent presentation by Hans. And as the public probably does not know, we annually do an evaluation for only 2 of our employees. The city council does an evaluation for the city attorney and the city manager. So some of you got to see just a window into the many, many things that our excellent city manager does. So I just wanted to shout out, as we were watching all of the things he's done on the 172 days of COVID, my goodness, we have an outstanding city manager and staff, and how we get to do his evaluation this next week. So we've got great material to start with, right? Also, I wanted to follow up on the comment from the Monterey County Hospitality Association meeting last week. One of the other facts that was listed is the occupancy in Monterey is running right at about 60%. Of course, it has ebbs and flows and includes the weekends, but that's probably going to change just a little bit after Labor Day. But we were running at about 88%, and now we're running about 60%. So a significant economic loss, no surprise, everybody knows that. But they're running 60%, but the other little known fact is the average daily rate for hotels is substantially lower. So the competition you can rent a room for $99 that, a year ago would have been $199. So that industry is absolutely devastated until we can see some modifications for travel and get ourselves open up. The other thing I wanted to mention was hearty thanks to the firefighters and public safety, and Dan mentioned this as well. And I refer to this as the night of lightning. That happened to have been August 15th, my birthday. And many of you woke up to the lightning just as we did. And I kind of enjoyed it until the realization the next morning where how California was devastated with the lightning. So kudos to all of our employees, especially the firefighters that traveled and all of our public safety that is involved in so many things that we don't see behind the scenes. But we know with this significant fires up and down the state, Monterey County with having 3 significant fires all at the same time. So it's good to see that the fires are contained. There's still quite a bit of cleanup to do on many of them, and our thoughts and prayers to all those that lost homes and structures. And we see the significant story coming out of Santa Cruz County with so many homes lost in the complex fires. So continued prayers to help those that recover, but thank you all for the firefighters and police officers that work so hard. And the last item I want to cover, it's just a little bit of sad news. I'd like to close our meeting tonight in the name of Jim Anderson, who passed last week from cancer. Jim was married to Joy Anderson. Joy is a member of our Rotary Club, and she's our district governor. And Jim Anderson was a former employee of the city of Monterey, a part-time parking employee a few years back, and I think he did that twice. But we say goodbye to Jim last week, and in honor of Jim Anderson, I'd just like to say that an excellent city employee, although he was part-time, good guy, and Joy has lost her husband. So with that, that's the only comments I had, and thanks for all your hard work tonight, everybody.
Yes, and I'll make it in brief, and I really will. In the theme of gratitude, I wanted to thank our CERT, Community Emergency Response Team, who actually handled all the parking for the testing at the Lower Presidio Knoll. They were out during the fires, and that's a volunteer group of people. Monterey actually was the leader in forming that. It's become national, and it's part of FEMA now. But these are people, and I would encourage anyone who wants to join that group. They're always looking for volunteers, and in a sense, they're first responders in their own neighborhoods as well. So our CERT team, along with everyone else, has done a great job. And then a shout out to all of my teacher colleagues. My daughter's working with kindergartners, first graders, and all on up at an elementary school in a underprivileged area, and just getting kids on the computers. Fortunately, they do have it. And my son-in-law, Javier, works with first graders and trying to do distance learning with first graders. And he talks about when he's working with the first graders, just trying to get them to work. They'll be about 15 minutes into their session and want to know if it's lunch yet and when are they finished. And then there's so much activity in the background. There's childcare going on, as Tyler pointed out. And so all of our teachers and parents who are working so hard to get through distance learning, what an extraordinary challenge. it's mind-boggling what they're trying to do. So I think we're all full of a lot of appreciation this evening. Anything else the city manager wanted to add after his 2-hour report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed that as well. Three minor things. First of all, the council acknowledged the firefighters and their work for us at the River Fire, Carmel Valley Fire. We still have 14 firefighters out. The firefighters that were working at the River Fire and Carmel Valley Fire are now north of us, working in several fire teams up there. So we still have 14 firefighters out. During the fire evacuation, and it's another tidbit of information, the hotel occupancy actually went up by 7.6% because a lot of evacuees went into Monterey hotels. But hospitality industry acknowledged their dire need and lowered the ADR by another average of 22%. So while Councilmember Smith explained to you that the ADR is down, during that particular week, it was even further down by 22% for the right reasons. Last but not least, next council meeting is on in 2 weeks on Tuesday, and then we are holding a special council meeting the following day with just closed session items to get several of our real estate items out of the way. So we have a meeting on 9/15 as well as 9/16. And for that, thank you all for your work as well.
All right, with that, we will adjourn in memory of Jim Anderson, former city employee, and adjourn in remembrance of his family too, I'm sure, who are suffering at this point. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Good night, everybody.